Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined once again by Leo Zagami, best-selling author, multiple books on the Confessions of Illuminati and also the rise and fall of a Frankish monster, where he focuses on Jeffrey Epstein and the most powerful Jewish sect in the world. And when we did that show, Leo, I think that was our best performing show ever. You really, revealed some things that people didn't have any clue about, myself included. So, but now we're looking at, and I think your recent article on your website about Trump takes Venezuela, Putin will take the rest of Ukraine, and China will take Taiwan. It's kind of like the New World Order just keeps on going in a certain instance. What are your thoughts? Thanks for coming on.
First of all, let me focus on the new year. So happy
Yeah.
New Year to all our viewers, aside from you and Tracy, of course. And we are here with a lot of news. The year is starting very fast, filled up with
Bang.
some astonishing events. Well, I wrote this article because I wanted to make some clarity here about what is really going on behind the scenes. Putin didn't really satisfy Trump, but at the same time, Trump knows very well that he can't go and do the same thing he did with Maduro, with Vladimir Putin. I mean, I know in the last few hours we had Zelensky saying, "Oh, maybe the next dictator," indicating, implying that Putin could end up like Maduro. Maduro didn't have 5,000 or 6,000 nukes to defend him. So, I mean, it's just an illusion to even state something like that.
Yeah.
There is, of course, a lot of theater, and I wanted to point out in the article that it's not only about the oil. Of course, the oil is very important. We have been talking about it for a long time, and it's, of course, more important than any drug, export facility from Venezuela, which at that point you should invade the whole of Bolivia, Colombia, and so on, which is still possible. I mean, Trump is kind of also indicating he will be interested in moving against Colombia or Cuba. But in the case of Colombia, let's remember that we are talking about some of the most powerful narco traffickers in the world who deal with some of the most powerful mafias in the world. I mean, for example, Colombia has an exclusive deal with the Italian 'Ndrangheta, which is one of the most fierce mafias in south of Italy, from Calabria. They have a very good deal going on also with the Albanian mafia. I don't think that these people will take it lightly if their business was taken away suddenly by an invasion of sorts or some kind of operation. However, discussing a little bit this whole topic at the beginning of a new year. As you know, I've been talking about the Sino-Russian world order for a long time now, since volume 7. I also talked about Taiwan as the next objective of this new world order. We can basically claim with absolute certainty at this point that the old world order, the one that was in place since the end of the Second World War, which was called New World Order at the time, is no longer new, of course. It's dead. There is something new which is unveiling.
Oh, interesting.
And so it was actually this was also stated in an article that was published on Russia Today. And it's a statement that was also made by the Slovakian Prime Minister Fico. And so it's about the end, I repeat, of the United States of America acting as sheriffs of the world, because, of course, now they are in competition with Russia, which has even more nukes than we have, and China, which is building more and more a nuclear arsenal. Now, when when I explained this in my books, I said that one of the great strategies behind the New World Order was, of course, Henry Kissinger. He was the guy who architected since the 50s the strategy of tension based on nuclear deterrence. So Taiwan, known also previously as Formosa Island, was and is of course, historically linked with mainland China. But at that point, after Mao Zedong finished his long march, after the communists took control of the mainland, well, that was the moment in which Kissinger said to very directly to the Chinese, you don't have any nukes. We have them. We showed their potential in Japan. You could be next if you invade Taiwan. Now, we know that since then, that has created a balance, of course, in which certain nations recognize Taiwan, certain others don't recognize it, to not upset China. But the Sino-Russian world order now is in full motion. And Trump himself needs what is in Venezuela, which is not only oil. That is really only one of the, let's say, material interest. And it's part also, of course, of the Moro Doctrine, which we will have to discuss. But what is important, and is really not addressed by anybody at the moment, is the rare earth elements which are present on the border between Venezuela and Colombia, in a sort of no man's land ruled by guerrilla mercenaries and people who want to take from the Amazon, from one of the most important places for, of course, for nature and for the health of this planet. We have always said, that the Amazon forest is like the lung of this planet. And it's there that the rare earths are creating a lot of interest, and they're not really discussed in any way, shape, or form by the majority of media that prefers to focus instead on the oil. So there is lanthanum, cerium, neodymium, scandium, along with major reserves of lithium, titanium. And this is really what the major power players here, which is United States, China, and Russia, need to develop the next kind of economy, which is based on robotics, which is based on artificial intelligence, electric vehicles. And at the same time, let's not forget that there is a lot of these rare earth elements which are also used within the military industrial complex, because they are part of the new technology of war, which is developing very fast, and which will make obsolete the old technology. In a few years from now, we will have these Robocops, these military soldiers, which are also robots. We will have, of course, technology, which is, like I said, is developing right now, but needs certain resources, and those resources can't be found easily. If you remember, one of the proposals, the main proposal from Zelensky, then accepting it, but then not really signing it, but Trump was really eager to make him, was about the rare earth in Ukraine.
Yep.
When there was that famous confrontation in the White House that made us finally realize that maybe things were changing, that maybe finally we will have an end to this of this war. The whole thing was about recovering Armani, because one of the big disappointments here that might lead in the coming month to a fracturing of the MAGA movement, America first, is that the interest of America have to come first. And that is not happening at the moment. Right. Because it's so we were supposed to recover money by getting from Ukraine that rare earth in exchange, they are indebted with us, and they will repay us through those rare earth elements that we need.
Right.
It's not happening. It's not going to happen because
I think you're onto something because, down in Venezuela, of course, they have the oil reserves, but they also have gold and silver mines that haven't really been tapped. And they have huge resources down there. So we know that silver and gold are like skyrocketing.
Yeah. It's not only that. On the borders with Colombia, like I said, there is rare earth elements, and there was actually China that recently went to visit also.
Because I'm looking at, that's interesting because I'm looking at headlines, and Colombia is massing troops along the border. I wonder if it's in that area you're talking about.
Absolutely. That area is actually, yes, they're amassing at the border, but that area, like I said, is no man's land. Even the Colombian Navy that has sent one of their, major representatives there to patrol the area. They have difficulty. It's a really, we have to understand here. South America, it's still a very difficult place where there is area, and it's also a very vast place. And so, like I said, most mainstream media today talks about the oil because that is what you find. If you simply Google, you're going to find, there is major interest. Of course, the reservoirs of Venezuela are bigger than Saudi Arabia and this and that. But nobody talks about the rare earth, which for the economy of the future, the economy of the future is essential.
So you have Venezuela where we're in the Monroe Doctrine. Trump has also talked about the Panama Canal.
Yes.
I was in the Panama Canal invasion. That was all about basically Noriega was like trying to strangle us from using the Panama Canal. So we came in and we built this, and we're going to take it back. So that happened. But in Ukraine, I totally understand. Yeah.
No, but because the thing is this, they thought they could maybe achieve a deal. At one point, Putin, even in Alaska, talked to Trump about the possibility of himself giving rare earth because they have rare earth in Russia to the US. So, it seemed like things were kind of balancing up. But then, as Putin doesn't want to actually leave those areas where the rare earth is in Ukraine, which the majority is in the Donbass area and in those areas there. So the fact is, at one point, we have here three major players. These three major players need, in their eyes, to build the economy of the future. Aside from the Monroe Doctrine that, of course, Trump has mentioned in Mar-a-Lago yesterday morning, which is a very important doctrine, at least it was fundamental in the past 2 centuries. Monroe was a president in the early 19th century. Since then, the things have changed. At the time, if you see the threats against the United States were moved from Spain, from Portugal, from countries, colonial powers, which were on the other side of the ocean, including Great Britain. Of course, we fought for the liberation of this country and the independence of this country against Great Britain. So the Monroe Doctrine was, we don't want to have any interference, not only in the United States of America, but also in the whole of Americas. So South and Central America are part of our, not a protectorate, formally speaking, but almost, let's say. And in the light of that, you also can remember Operation Condor. You remember Operation Condor? Operation Condor
Yep.
was this campaign that the CIA conducted with all the various banana republics, right-wing dictatorship of the southern cone of South America, which involved coup d'etats and so on. Things that today I don't believe they will be possible, because today is more difficult to hide the information also. You know, you have people simply with a phone in their pocket which amplify what is happening on the ground. Now, let me tell you some anomalies, though, which I found in the last 24 hours since the operation conducted to arrest Maduro. Mm-hmm. We know that, of course, and everybody's talking about it, in Mar-a-Lago, Trump said he will be in charge. Rubio next to him, because he's naturally involved. Also, he has Cuban origins. He always hates all the communists. Rightly so, that's okay. I don't have anything against that. But there is a problem here. They said that the vice president, of course, will carry on. The woman vice president that will carry on this whole operation, in reality, is somebody that we find there since the time of Hugo Chavez. So she's a hardcore socialist.
Yeah,
she's a hardcore socialist.
Not on board with that. Yeah.
Delcy Rodriguez is a hardcore socialist, but also we have an information that has surfaced in the mainstream media. The CIA had a key element of Maduro's inner circle to make this possible. So who was this CIA asset? And is the CIA asset safe? Is the CIA assets somebody that could be bought maybe by a better offer coming from China or Russia once things get too heated? What kind of, when we think of assets, we have to think of people who can turn around very quickly. You know the score. I mean, it's about
double, triple agents. Absolutely.
Yeah, So people at the moment are focusing on that situation, on the fact that, of course, she went on TV bombastically claiming, we want back Nicolas Maduro, he's our president, give us back our president. Then we have China that has intervened. Then we have Russia that has intervened. Then we have Iran that has intervened. Of course, all the allies of the BRICS, including Lula in Brazil, everybody is against what Trump has done. Now, I agree that Maduro was a criminal of sorts, and he was basically a dictator who probably lost already an election and was there illegally. But the problem of conducting this operation is already visible in the mainstream news. Even you don't need to know. When China says, we're going to use this as a template to take over Taiwan in the last few hours. And this actually was said after I wrote my article, and I was like, okay, so it seems pretty clear that, that what I wrote is correct.
Yeah, Maduro was meeting with a Chinese delegate just before he was captured. Yeah,
absolutely. But like I said, in the end, it's about a gangster kind of mentality on top of all this. So China, of course, says, bring back Maduro. They are all friends with Maduro. If you actually see that video, you're going to see that there is a dialogue between them. And at one point, Maduro says to the representative, oh, I remember you 20 years ago with the other Xi Jinping, with the other Chinese president. So, I mean, these are people from, that go back a long time. because the communist infiltration of South America, especially of those communist dictatorships and regimes that surfaced in opposition to the United States, has always been, see here, it says, what sign are you? Of the horse, I'm of the tiger, and all this kind of BS, Chinese astrological BS. But in the end of the video, it becomes also very clear that these are two old acquaintances. So the Chinese have very much a link that goes directly to Xi Jinping and what he has said on New Year's Eve, which is also very important to state again. I mean, on New Year's Eve, this New Year's Eve, Xi Jinping said very clearly, we are one people, you know, we have, the reunification is unstoppable. He invoked the bond of blood and kingship. And that's it. I mean, it's very clear that there is going to be soon the reunification of Taiwan with China.
Yeah, they say it right here, reunification of China and Taiwan, calling Beijing's long-held goal unstoppable, invoking the bond of blood and kinship between Chinese people and Taiwan Strait.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's on. You're hitting on some really good stuff, Leo. The fall of the New World Order and the beginning of the new World Order. I like that.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Because let's remember, when this term was coined, it was, you know, the end of the 1940s. It was a different world. We were in a world that saw basically two powers, not three powers. China is a problem now that in the end is a problem that was created by the Americans and by Kissinger and Nixon, because Kissinger and Nixon and George Bush Sr., who spent, George Bush Sr. was in Beijing in 1974 with Barbara Bush. Before becoming head of the CIA, he spent the whole year in Beijing. And then he became, of course, later on president of the United States. So here we have Kissinger, who was the guy who architected the strategy of using the nukes and the mutual deterrence strategy. But then he is a guy who is very, I mean, Kissinger is no longer with us. He died at the tender age of 100. He was a Sabbatean Frankist. As I explain in my book, somebody is citing the Sabbatean spread to Asiatic bread, and that's an interesting point.
I must have read your book.
Yes. The Asiatic Brethren, for those who are following us, and for those who have not read my book on Jeffrey Epstein, are a Masonic outlet of the Sabbatean Frankist, which opened up, let's say, the Masonic and Illuminati network to the Jews who were at the time not allowed to join it. And so the Asiatic Brethren functioned like that. But going back to Henry Kissinger was in a way part of that Asiatic Brethren because he was a key member of the Bohemian Club. Now, if you read my book, and you have read it on Jeffrey Epstein, you know that I focus also on the roots, historical roots of the Bohemian Club, which are traceable to a lodge of the Asiatic Brethren in Prague. So the link is absolutely there. And that's why it's very important to understand Henry Kissinger was a key player of this world order. And he was a key player who Donald J. Trump, for some reason, seemed to have loved and held in high esteem. Now, I will never have held in high esteem Henry Kissinger. I think he was a despicable individual. I think that the guy had so many skeletons in the closet, probably from the whole Cold War, that, I mean, we know almost nothing about what Henry Kissinger really was. I can tell you a few things because I was a member of the Monte Carlo Lodge of the P2. And historically, this lodge built in Europe, next to Italy, in a very privileged environment, which is the Principality of Monaco, hold the names of the most exclusive members of what was known as the P2 Lodge, which was this highly influential lodge in Italy, which ruled basically Italy at one point. I know that for Freemasons here in America who have, a vision of Freemasonry which is mostly social, connected with, it's very innocent compared to Freemasonry in Europe and in particular in Italy. The Freemasonry here can be involved in certain things, but there is very few people at very high levels. The majority of lodges that you have here in America are the lodges that dedicate themselves to, I don't know, pancakes day with the families opening up the lodge, showing their strange rituals, and being involved in something that is more or less like a Rotary Club with an esoteric element attached. It's a social thing. The sheriff, the doctor, the lawyer, the this, the that, they come together, and I must say, in the majority of cases, very good people, patriots, and very honest people.
Mm-hmm. So here's a question for you, and that kind of can swing us over to the Iran, narrative. It was either Venezuela or Iran that the cabal was going to target next. Your thoughts, please. So
I think Iran is still there, because you have to understand. I mean, Pahlavi, I have written extensively about this topic. I have actually touched on this topic in my books also, because at the end of the Pahlavi empire, at the end of the Shah leaving Iran in those chaotic days, I think of January, what was it, 1978, it was the moment in which Khomeini was about to take power. The gold was brought out of Iran and it was given to the Vatican. So Iran was depraved and they took all the gold and brought it to the Vatican Bank. And they did it thanks to the Italian mafia and the P2 Lodge and those people connected with the state behind operations and so on. Now, Iran, yes, you're showing, of course, volume 10 of my Confessions, which expands on this. It's very important. That's why I suggest people who are very much interested in knowing what is happening in Iran in reading this book, because it tells you also the history of Freemasonry in Iran, how
stunning work. I spent, almost half my life in the Middle East, and I thought I was pretty well informed, but you blew it out of the water with this book, and it answered a lot of questions that I had, over time. So that was excellent work.
We know that, Iran with time became also very close to Russia, but as a reaction to what went on in the early days of a revolution that shaped a country that is very different from how Iran used to be. People might not know this, but Iran was a very modern country back in the days when the Shah was there. However, because of from the 1950s onwards, there was a first coup attempt, didn't work out. The CIA was heavily involved, the MI6 was heavily involved. And in the end, the Iranians, there was this weird alliance in the 60s, 50s, 60s, and then, of course, it manifested in the 70s, this weird alliance of Islamo-communist, a little bit like Mamdani, now, who is a Shia, in fact, Muslim mayor of New York. We know that the whole of the Western world was filled up by intellectual revolutionaries that will bring the Red Book of Muslims.
He's Shia.
Shia,
My,
it's Shia.
they were the worst. When I was in Iraq, they were the worst. Oh,
Yeah, because
we
in
call them
Iraq,
the Shittites. So,
no, yeah, well, they are very hardcore,
yeah,
absolutely.
they're hard. We spanked them a lot, though.
Well, the thing is that in the end, unfortunately, they will always be close to Iran, no matter what. I mean, you can go there and brainwash them left, right, and center, bring them 100
Absolutely.
McDonald's.
Everywhere I went in the Middle East, it was Iranian influence that was causing the problems. Everywhere.
People need to understand what Iran really is. I mean, here it's not only about Israel and the fact that Israel hates Iran. This is a war that goes back 1,000 years. And if we want, I can give you a little bit like volume 10. The Shia element was the element that gave birth to the Ashashins, the ones that basically traded info and made a secret alliance with the Knights Templars, who will use the Shia against the Sunni that were expanding all over the Middle East. So for a non-Muslim, it's very difficult to realize all these nuances. But the famous War of the Camels and everything that happened after the fourth caliph of the Rashidun, the initial caliphs after Muhammad, and then the fact that at one point there was the birth of the Shia. The Shia are basically recognizing Ali, the cousin of Muhammad, as a figure just as important as Muhammad. And at the same time, because Ali was married with the daughter of Muhammad, 12 Shia, who are also part of one of the many schisms that came after. Because the problem, like I stated in volume 10 of my confessions, is like Islam didn't have a Roman Empire that embraced like Christianity and made it the official religion and started to operate a regularization through councils of Nicaea, this and that, so a uniformity. Instead, with Islam, I could wake up tomorrow morning and create a whole new branch simply by a new hypothesis and a new interpretation of the Quran. Mm-hmm. And so this is a difference with Christianity.
So what do you think is going to happen? You think the Islamists are going to be replaced or overthrown in Iran? Now that Trump and Israel both have said they're going to back, the people that are trying to overthrow them.
Okay, so it's more complex Iran than Venezuela. That's for sure. Marco Rubio said, it's also different from what went on in Iraq. We see a lot of similarities, even in the mustache between Maduro and Saddam Hussein, but the two characters are different. And why they're different? They are different. They have some similarities. Let's not forget that actually Saddam Hussein was a member of the Ba'ath Party, which was kind of secularizing and not really religiously following this or this other version of Islam. And that was what kept together countries like Iraq first and then Syria. Al-Assad was a member, was the Ba'ath Party. And it was the Ba'ath Party which was kind of definitely had this element, this socialist element. When it comes to Iran, we saw that with, of course, everybody knows Khomeini, everybody knows how he became in 1979 the supreme leader, and how he took over the country, at least the facade of how he took over the country. Right. Because in reality, there is the interest of many foreign states that made it possible for him to go back after having brainwashed the whole of the world with his propaganda from France, because the guy was not really in Iran when things were when the revolution was taking place to establish what then later became the Islamic Republic of Iran, he was nowhere to be seen. He was in this fancy courtyard in the peripheries of Paris with the TVs. I was a kid at the time, but I remember very clearly because we got brainwashed even in Italy. Every evening we will have, today Khomeini said this, today Khomeini said that. And this guy was talking like, he will be the next greatest thing.
Right.
And they were presenting him like that. Now, we know that Freemasonry and French Freemasonry is a form of Freemasonry very much involved in politics. On the contrary of English Freemasonry, that at least officially doesn't take care of politics and religion. From the moment in the 1870s in which the Grand Orient of France became independent from this vision of things and they broke up, they gave always more importance to the political element, not only, and the social element, not only the esoteric within the lodges or maintaining the tradition of Freemasonry and so on. It was about more than that. In fact, in the Middle East, France was very influential with their lodges of Freemasonry. They were the ones that intervened in Egypt and in other parts, and even in Iran.
Yeah, it sounds like the French and the British want to jump into the game because 12 hours ago, I'm looking at the news. British and French warplanes strike suspected ISIS weapon stockpiles in Syria. Interesting.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, let's not forget here that the whole of the Sykes-Picot, the agreements that were made prior to the Balfour Declaration, the Sykes-Picot Agreement, whatever, and all that, it was all about dividing the spheres of influence between France and Great Britain, because France and Great Britain, in a way, were also the two countries with the control over Freemasonry in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
Traditionally speaking, even to this day, you have two forms of Freemasonry present in Lebanon, which is the only country that officially tolerates Freemasonry in the Middle East, aside from, I guess, there is Jordan, there is Morocco, but they're a little bit more secretive. Then in the rest of the Middle East, in the last few decades, Freemasonry has been completely banned. But in Lebanon, there is present both English forms, let's say Anglo-Saxon Freemasonry recognized by the United Lodge of England, as well as lodges recognized by the Grand Orient of France, even lodges established by the Italians there. So Iran has, when the Shah left the country, the Grand Master there left the country with all the brothers, and they established the Grand Lodge of Iran in Exile, which I talk about in volume 10 of my Confessions, which has an office here in California, in Santa Monica, and it's still active to this day, and is very much a lobby in Washington, which Pahlavi is in contact with, the guy who eventually will be brought back to Iran.
I agree with you. He's going to come back. There's no question in my mind he's coming back.
That is the plan. That is the plan.
That's a plan. Yep.
You know, I mean, they want to bring back something with, I mean, it's not like Venezuela. Venezuela is a completely different ball game. Venezuela is, by the way, a territory which is highly influenced by the church. That's why the Pope has intervened in the last few hours, has stated that they wanted the sovereignty of the country back, and that it has to be respected, the sovereignty of Venezuela, because, of course,
they're not going to get their cut now. So, yeah, they want them back.
Volume 12, as you know, is based on the Jesuits, and their control of Central and South America is essential. I mean, it's a priority. It's always been a priority. They were, the Jesuits were founded in Spain, and they moved along with the Spanish and Portuguese empires in colonizing countries, even as far as Japan, or in the, they went to at least attempt something. Their base was in Goa, in northern India, which was a Portuguese base. So they moved along with the Spaniards and with the Portuguese. And the Central and South America is Spanish and Portuguese. I mean, that is a reality. It's an historic reality. It's not a conspiracy theory. And today, if you go in South America, I mean, you see the legacy of the Jesuits is everywhere. And so Chavez was very much protected by the previous Pope. Chavez was probably in the end poisoned.
Yeah, I think so. I remember, I think he was at some kind of event, and President Bush, George H.W. Bush was there, and not George H. It was W. Bush. So the little boy Bush. So anyway, he had a book, and he put his arm around, and you need to read this. It wasn't long after that he went away. So he messed with the wrong people.
Yeah, Chavez, though, the problem is that the legacy of Chavez is still what we are coping with. I mean,
yeah,
the Monroe Doctrine was not really a priority in the last few decades.
No.
And for that reason, of course, Russia, as you know, started, but Russia then, with the fall of the Soviet Union, I think at that point, the Americans had the illusion that the Russians were no longer capable of influencing in any way South or Central America. Because, you were involved yourself as a military at the time. It was all because of guerrilla groups that were founded by the Soviet Union. I mean, they were the big players at the time. Today, the big players are China. China is the one that literally goes and buys. They don't finance guerrilla groups. They simply buy places. They buy ports and say, this is our port. Yeah. We bring our ships, and this is our goods. And that is, of course, then there is still Russia involved. And in fact, Russia, let's not forget that Russia was the one that a few weeks ago was said to have sent at least 100 soldiers, specialists, alongside with an important officer. So, but like I stated in my article, and of course people can go and check it on riozagami.com, China and Russia will probably not do anything against Trump simply because now it's convenient for them, because they have an excuse to now follow up on their own projects. I mean, they don't want to go and defend Maduro and Venezuela. They don't care about, they care about, Russia cares about Ukraine, which historically is linked to them. And China cares about Taiwan.
Yeah.
And Taiwan has also another key role in the technology of the future because of the microprocessors, because of the fact that they have really a very important role in the development of the key components for modern technology.
Yeah, everything, yeah. So that's what we're seeing now. We're seeing kind of like these trade groups that are starting to formulate now, China, America, and Russia. So it's a race to see who's going to be able to, America going to, and Israel going to,
okay,
Iran to help.
Israel wants Iran wants Iran to go back to the Shah, which was for them a better way. If they bring back Freemasonry to Iran, in a way, they have a better way of dialogue, of working together, of making business, and so on. However, However, I don't know if a strong Iran with the return of the Pahlavi will be for Israel a completely positive thing. Because let's not forget that the Pahlavi dynasty was not always, siding with Israel. And the Pahlavi dynasty, of course, is historically much older than Israel was born quite recently. Here we are talking about a country with thousands of years of history. That's why you can't simply bring back any person there. They want to bring back the Pahlavi guy who is the son of the last Shah, even if he doesn't have any experience, because he never had the experience of his father of actually ruling Iran. He will be brought back there. They will be as a figure.
He's going to be a figurehead, yeah.
Of a situation, though, that will be highly controlled by America. But the problem is that at the moment,
Abraham Accords. So the Abraham Accords of trading, and I'm looking at it right now. It's UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, Sudan, and Kazakhstan join in and trade. So they want to expand that, and I bet that Iran will be part of that.
Iran could be part, but there is a problem here, though. In the 1970s, because it was 1979, 1978 was the moment in which you have a lot of tension. In the past decades before the revolution, there was this merging of leftist forces and the Shia clerics. The Shia clerics like Khomeini were raised basically in the holy city there where is buried Ali, what is called Najaf, there in Iraq. You know Iraq better than me, so you know the holy city where Ali is buried. So there is this connection, and there was this mix that took place, which is really very weird, because we have elements of socialism and elements of Marxism along with the Islamic elements, and the belief that the Sharia has to be respected in toto, and has to have also a police that controls the ladies that wear the scarf at the right measure, and all that in a very obsessive way. I think that, of course, the fact that this so-called new insurrections or possible potential revolution for a return of the Shah, it's no coincidence that these protests started after Netanyahu went to Mar-a-Lago. I mean, it would be stupid to think otherwise, that there is no involvement of the Mossad. The Mossad must have a direct involvement in this protest.
Oh yeah, CIA and Mossad, yeah.
And the protests are growing. Trump is threatening to intervene. And now people will say, what do you expect, Leo, for 2026? You know, I mean, what should we expect? Now, I can give you a very bleak view of the situation. I don't know if you like it, but that's how it is.
Let's see what your prophetic abilities are.
Prophetic. I mean, here is, from what I can see, geopolitically moving, Russia is going to expand also their takeover possibly of Odessa, which is a very important city historically.
They will.
That's going to probably happen this year.
Yep.
There is definitely no way that at this point we can go in dialogue back with Putin. It's just a waste of time. It was a waste of time probably maybe from the start. But Trump believed somehow, he had promised his electorate. Trump made some promises, and that is also part of 2026. Those promises have been broken, starting from foreign intervention. If we start having foreign intervention in Venezuela, because now with this vice president who is now president, who wants to oppose the United States, boots on the ground might be a necessity, and that will end up in a never-ending war, no matter what they say. And if you have then at the same time Iran, and you want to give a hand to Israel, or we want to help the Iranian people.
So back to Venezuela. I think another reason why we went into Venezuela is because they've been controlling the election. Election fraud was coming out of Venezuela through the.
That is what I mean. Let's say the legends of the internet, the mythology of because I understand that the fact that they say, the fraud started from Venezuela, and so Trump wants to go there because of the fraud. Guys, Trump wants to go there because it's the biggest reservoir of oil in the world, and the biggest also reservoir of rare earth in South America, which is essential for the future of our country. If you want to compete with China, China has already flying cars, robots all over the place, and what do we have? So just be realistic. It's not about some ideology. Yeah. Oh, the elections have been. Yeah, Trump likes to, now.
No, I agree with you. If we don't see some hammers coming down on all the knuckleheads here, the corruption and we're seeing it, in Wisconsin and all that kind of stuff. We don't see some hammers really coming down across the United States. Yeah, he's definitely.
Okay, if nothing happens. And if people like you are, today you are actually stating something that I hope people remember. I mean, if Trump doesn't do something, he's going to face defeat for his party in the midterm elections. He's going to lose control of both probably of the House and the House of Representatives. At that point, Trump would become a lame duck president because they're going to impeach him, they're going to involve him in all kinds of things, and it's going to be a massive distraction from the real problems of the American people who have not been solved in the meantime.
Good point. Yep.
So people think that.
So if he doesn't do it, I think we will. I think there will be massive protest from organized people like myself.
No, but I tell you, Michael, I think that MAGA, it's gonna expire after the midterm elections. The whole concept of backing Trump will evaporate when there is a massive defeat, because at that point
it will.
It's gonna be quite. His party is gonna rebel even against him, because if they want to have a future, the politicians, they don't care about an ideology.
You're right. It won't matter that if we rebel against them, the Democrats will totally annihilate him, like you're saying. They'll impeach him again and just stop everything he's trying to push forward. It'll be a defeat all the way around.
I think that the concept of making great America should never be dead. It should be alive always in our hearts, regardless of the political movement that is representing, and that Trump claims to be, the guy who decides what makes America great. He says in regards to Venezuela, well, I want this country to be surrounded by peaceful neighbors, or neighbors that are friendly, this and that. It's not really in the doctrine of our founders of this great nation, the United States, that said that we shouldn't enter in any kind of confrontation with other countries for interests that basically go beyond the United States of America. So, yes, when it comes to the Panama Canal, I agree. We needed to do something strong. I mean, here we are talking about it's a strategic thing that was created and the work of many Americans. And so it's ridiculous to suddenly have the Chinese taking over the show. Yeah. But having said that, because all these infights are completely ridiculous, I think that if we had to symbolically, you tell me, come today on the show and we discuss 2026. I think to discuss the future, we need to know our past. And what happened in 2025, I think symbolically, it's the moment in which there is a fracturing of what used to be a very compact movement. Because his death coincided with a series of variable things that happened. But think about it. I mean, now it's like, it's a soap opera. Candace Owen against Alex Jones. Alex Jones against Candace Owen. I mean, they're grown-ups. What is this? BS. Tim Pool against this, and then the guy says that, and then we have Ben Shapiro. Guys, this is really showing not only the fracturing,
Cracks, yeah.
but it's showing really that, of course, we all knew that Trump had put together many different elements together, and we were very, very eager to make America great again in the way that Trump promised. But if you promise things and you don't deliver them, then it's a big, not only it's a big disappointment, because the thing is, okay, Trump, during his, a long campaign that started from the moment the 6th of January and after, when Biden took control of the White House, Trump started his campaign for regaining control of the White House. And we supported him. We support him because we believed that he could really change things. When we saw a guy like Joe Biden, we were horrified that the White House could be in the hands of a senile idiot who pooped in his pants and who didn't know where he was, and he was talking to the ghost that the people, they were not even. I mean, it was just literally the most powerful man in the world. The commander-in-chief was represented by a senile idiot. It's just like incredible. So, of course, at that point, then these brilliant minds of the Democrat Party chose Kamala as a possible successor. I mean, it's like choosing, I don't know, from a third.
So you went from dumb to dumber to dumbest to dumbest.
At that point, obviously, we had to believe that maybe Trump could do something better. Trump, at the same time, took a lot of money from a lot of powerful people, though. And amongst those powerful people, there were friends of Jeffrey Epstein. There were people he's still protecting to this day. He compromised himself along the way because he wanted to win at all costs. And so he said, yeah, sure, we will do this, we will do that. And it's not about, at that point, it's not about the guy who lives, in the middle of nowhere in some place in the United States who sent his $2 to the campaign. It's about Elon Musk, who was giving him millions of dollars. It's about the big donors. We have to be really realistic about this thing. Even when you see the way that Trump has nominated the whole diplomatic corps, aside from Kimberly, whatever, the ex-girlfriend of the son, okay, whatever. Because they said, okay, let's give her a place where in Athens. Okay, let's get out the
Athens, get her out of here, yeah.
Yeah, okay. But the other ones paid like 20 millions, 40 millions, 50 millions to become ambassador in Italy or in France or in France. Okay, it was a relative.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if it's true, but I've heard from other people that when he endorses someone, he gets paid to endorse people. So I'm not knocking. I love Trump, but there's lots of, we have to always question. We have to look at different things, and that's what we're doing right now. Yeah. Now, what if Trump does start to do the MAGA thing and starts to arrest people and goes into Colorado and frees Tina Peters and all these other things? What do you think happens then?
Okay. It doesn't really change the fact that when I went to the supermarket this morning, the butter was costing double as it was costing 5 years ago. I don't care about arresting whoever. You can arrest Barack Obama and hang him on the thing. If I go and pay, and at the end of the day, I don't have the money to buy my food, I don't care about it. So, I mean, yes, I understand that there's a satisfaction. The enemy gets arrested. But does it give you food? Does it put food on the plate? Does it put your healthcare in place, in the right place, when now people are risking to pay 4 times, 5 times as much? And it's not a question of being, a leftist, a Democrat, or whatever. It's common sense. What Trump has been doing is generating a backlash that will bring a landslide victory for those idiotic and evil Democrats that at that point will take over the whole show. And then they might even place Governor Newsom in the White House. I mean, maybe Vice President AOC. Guys, at that point, remember, and I stated here on January 4th, 2026, if that happens, remember, the only person responsible is Donald J. Trump. He's the only one who should be arrested at that point. Because if you let Governor Newsom become the president of this great country, and you screw it up for everybody.
Yeah. Now, some people don't think you're a Trump supporter, but you voted for Trump, and you've
I was the president. Let's make it
You're just
clear.
being realistic here. I agree. We need to look at this stuff.
Let's make it clear, guys. I was involved in the organization of the Coachella Valley event, which was over 105,000 people here. I mean, I was the president of Italians for Trump, which we founded, and the Italian-American community was on board from the start with Trump because of us. I mean, people, I was given passes and stuff, and I could do things like, go to in the backstage and everything, and we had a great time. And what really shocks me is when people say that, because guys, if you think that somebody like me, who worked for Operation Gladio, stayed behind against the communists, risking my life behind the scenes, getting tortured in Europe, having to flee Europe and Italy because of my war against these people. Why I don't like Trump? Very obvious why I don't like Trump now. He even supports a joke like Prime Minister Meloni, who is a fake conservative and a fake right-winger. You want to change something in Europe. Trump says he wants to change. Oh, there is censorship in Europe. And then I wrote a letter to the ambassador in Rome. I asked him for help because my case is a serious case that has to do with freedom of speech. For the books I wrote, they brought me in front of a tribunal. They wanted to take my life away and my livelihood. He has done nothing because he's some rich guy from Texas who Trump has put there, and he doesn't care about Leo Zagami or the freedom of speech. He doesn't care about having problem with the Republic of Italy, which is the most corrupt republic in Europe, connected with Freemasonry, the mafia, and the worst scumbags. And I can tell you everything about it if you want, but I mean, we don't have time. The weapons that go to the Middle East pass through Gioia Tauro. Gioia Tauro is in Calabria. It's the 'Ndrangheta mafia, together with the CIA and others, that then gets the weapons there. And sometimes we have also intervention by the Chinese intelligence.
Yeah. So, I did a show yesterday morning, and I saw on the show Chinese intelligence basically taking pictures of my guest, and he pointed it out, of course, that and he was in Italy doing the show, and so there is definitely Chinese influence there.
Who was a guest on your show?
Juan O'Savin.
Okay, and he was in Italy, yeah.
He'd been in Italy probably for about maybe 5-7 days, maybe about a week. I did a couple shows with him while he was in Italy, but the one yesterday morning.
Well, it's not a surprise. Not a surprise. I mean, Chinese intelligence is all over the place in Italy. Yeah. They even have police bases that torture Chinese that go out of place. They keep their control. You remember the famous Chinese police stations that were also found, by the way, here in America at one point. They exist all over Europe, and they exist also in Italy. So, I mean, nobody does anything against them, because the Chinese, they imagine this. I tell you one thing. The Chinese have bought already part of the Italian national debt. My brother, who works, he's a civil servant and works for IMSS, which is the one that gives the pensions to the military and everybody else, said that the other day there were 30 Chinese that went all the way to the top floor where the directors are. 30 Chinese.
Wow.
They have bought already their influence, and America is not doing anything to stop them. So, I mean, the thing is this. Okay, you want to go back to the real estate. I mean, I was I was brought up with my grandfather. I had people in my family who had to flee Russia before the Bolsheviks took over the show. I mean, I have direct involvement with this whole scenario, and it's not because I simply go on the internet and I dislike the left. I hate the left. From the moment I was born, I saw them, the way they were operating against me and my family, against people who had the same beliefs. So the problem, and of course, they're controlling the Italian leather industry. They have their base in Prato, near Florence. The Chinese triads, in reality, depend from Chinese Freemasonry, the Hung Ha. And the Hong men, they have 6 million adherents around the world, and they control. People think that is, why do the Chinese have all the dry cleaners? And they think it's a coincidence. They don't, why? They have all the dry cleaners. You know how it works? Let me tell you how it works. The Chinese Communist Party and the Xing Party, which is the party of the Freemasons of China, organizes a meeting with thousands of Chinese families from a specific part, maybe of China or various parts of China, and then says, okay, this is the plan, this is the business, these are the countries in the world, go and do it, and take over their show. And that's what they do. This is the money to buy the activities. Now you own all the dry cleaners in the world. What does that mean? I tell you what it means. They can do it in a second. They simply put poison on your clothes.
Wow. I bet there's been a lot of people that have gone that way, and no one knows anything about that. How about that?
So I always try to have a good relationship with my Chinese dry cleaners. But in any case, it's true. I mean, the people, they just here in California, we have one of the most important historical lodges of Chinese Freemasonry.
Wow.
During the pandemic, you remember at one point Xi Jinping came to California, and there were people with the communist flag like this in San Francisco. You remember that?
Yeah.
Well, during that time, Xi Jinping, of course, then they went to this, there is a place historical where there's this lodge, which was born out of the guy who then was the founder of modern China. Now, the founder of modern China happens to be the same for both the mainland and for Taiwan, because up until the division sanctioned by Mao Zedong with the birth of communist China, Taiwan was still with mainland China.
Yeah.
So,
Chiang Kai-shek, yeah.
Yes. So, and then there was all the money that was given to Chiang Kai-shek and all those people to back this whole thing.
Wow. Interesting.
So there is actually still some of these hypothetical money hold in secret places and stuff. But
there's all this talk about Chinese dragon families that have all this.
You remember that point? There was also they arrested the 2 Japanese at one point in Italy, then they disappeared. Then I was called into the question. I went to Tokyo. I talked with the representative was because people, Benjamin Fulford, who, by the way, pretends to be a alternative kind of source of information. He's a tool of the Chinese Freemasons. He was initiated.
Really? Well, cat's out of the bag. How about that? Woo, you just blew him up, Leo. Good job. I always knew there was something strange about him. So he just wasn't clicking his information. It's like disinformation one week and a little bit of truth the next week, and it's like I just never really clicked.
No, I mean I went there with my with Christy. We were in Tokyo, and at one point I was in his apartment, and I see this stuff on the wall, and it was compass and square stuff which I could recognize. So I confronted him, and he confirmed that he had been initiated in the Chinese Freemasons in Rome and then Milan to meet with a series of people, and then and he there confirmed, yes, Leo, I work for the Chinese.
So what's a Canadian influence? He's Canadian and he's been working in Japan. He talks about all these crazy stuff, but
he was because he was working with Forbes. He used to be actually Forbes, a serious journalist. He was the head of the Asian Bureau back in the day.
Yeah.
And then suddenly the Chinese got hold of him. They got hold of him because people might not know that, but the Chinese also have Japanese initiates in their Freemasonry. Therefore, this secret society existed from a very old time, but when they saw the symbols of Western Freemasonry, like all the things the Chinese steal, they stole those too, including the compass and the square. but then so they created the Chinese Freemasons, but the reality is a completely different thing from Western Freemasonry. They have also regular Chinese Freemasonry in Taiwan, which still exists in Taiwan. But like I said, the actual Hongmen is a completely different thing. It's also known as the Tian Tui, as the Society of Earth and Sky is known. It's a very complex history that goes back also to the beginning of martial arts. And the way they were spread by the Shaolin monks. And then, so let's say that the Chinese Freemasonry is also connected with the spread of Chinese martial arts. Wing Chun and what we commonly refer to as Kung Fu and all the rest.
Yeah, I studied that very deeply for a while. Now,
well, that's a very
when you get butter, what kind of butter do you get? I just have to go off topic because you're obviously an Italian and you know cooking.
Well, I simply tend to get organic if I can, because I like you are showing, of course, our family cooking book. I will always suggest to use the best material possible. You never want to, I think that the important thing in life is not to exceed with, spending a lot of money in buying, expensive this or that. But when it comes to food, remember that you are made out of what you eat. So you want to invest in your own health. You want to limit the intake maybe of certain things. Like this year I've decided, for example, that for a few months I'm going to limit the intake of meat, probably for a period, just so I can, purify myself.
Nice.
And but of course, it's not that I'm going to probably maintain it for the rest of my life, because I know that in the past, when I had a vegetarian diet for 1 or 2 years, at times then I needed to find alternatives, and it wasn't so easy.
Right.
But,
Yeah, I did
however,
the same.
but I mean, these are the things. It's about definitely quality over quantity, and that is the important thing.
Very good. Now, there's another one off topic. Sufi. The Sufis. I never asked you about this. Always meant to. So the Sufis, obviously in Islam, they're kind of like they're outcast. But I've always liked the Sufis, and they have their roots in Persia. And
well, actually, they had their roots in Persia because they have the roots in Shia Islam. They then later on developed also in Sunni Islam, but they initially developed in Shia Islam because Shia was a minority, because Shia at times had to be secretive about their practices. That's what facilitated the birth of the first confraternities of Sufis within the Shia Islam.
Yeah. So I love the Sufism. They're very spiritual. The Whirling Dervish, Rumi poetry. When my book, The Intuitive Warrior, came out, the Sufis in France invited me over to talk about the book, but the rest of the Muslims did not like it, so they ostracized me. But I spoke to the Sufis. But yeah, they're pretty impressive group.
Okay,
I think.
Let's say this, that the Sufis can be many things. There is many kind of Sufism, like there is many kinds maybe of Freemasonry at this point. Sure. I would say though that the Sufis, there is the Suf, like I explained in volume 10 of my Confessions, it was the ideal ground also for connecting with Freemasonry, because Freemasons, having this secretive nature, this initiatic nature, understanding certain mystery school traditions. Let's not forget that Sufis is not only Islam. Often they blend elements of Gnosticism, elements that come from Hermeticism, that come from other traditions. So they're not only strictly Islamic in their interpretation. They're very open-minded. And that's why I think that they became, but then there were also, of course, those Sufis that became corrupted by the fact that, the Freemasons maybe offered them to not only perfectionate themselves or follow the whatever mystery school tradition they were following, but they became involved in geopolitics, in uprisings. So Sufis became corruptible in certain countries, unfortunately. I see you have some problem with your camera. It's going a little bit all over the place. Yeah, you managed to fix it?
Acting up. It does this sometimes.
Okay.
Turn it off and turn on the other one.
Okay, perfect. Kind of. So the thing is that in this, we have a Western initiatic system, but then we have an Eastern initiatic system, and then of course we have a Middle Eastern initiatic system where the Sufis are at times the Illuminati of the situation, let's say. They have, not in the negative necessarily sense, sometimes though in the negative also, because like I said, in some countries they became involved both with the English or the French, and they became involved in uprisings, they became involved with the things that they don't really pertain to their practice.
So wow, what a great show. A lot of insights on a lot of different things.
Going back to that visit of Xi Jinping with with Gavin Newsom. Let's not forget that Gavin Newsom was received in China like he was a pop star. Like he was like, you remember that visit that Newsom did in China? It was like 2 or 3 years, and it was like, wow. He was received. So you can imagine Newsom in the White House. China would be like, wow, we made it finally.
That's why they're pushing Newsom.
News, but of course,
Interesting.
but there is a connection.
Good point.
San Francisco is the place where the very start of the Republic of China was put together. And it's actually one, let's not forget, one of the oldest communities. The Chinese community here in America is very influential, but the connections that the Chinese Freemasons in San Francisco have with the Democratic Party, you should check them out. They are pretty shocking.
Wow.
And they led to some, even to some scandals and stuff.
Sure, yeah.
So I think that people need to understand that when you have as next governor, possibly in California, Mr. Fartman, Swalwell. You remember Swalwell?
Yeah.
The guy who
had Fang. Yeah.
Fang.
She was a known Chinese intel operative, and yet he's still good to go. And he was in intel at the time.
Yeah.
That should have been a red flag.
And he's going to become probably the new governor of California.
Oh, you think he's going to do it?
Okay.
Swalwell?
We hope, of course. Well, we hope that he doesn't manage. But, I mean, he has the backing of the Hongmen, the Tiandui, the Heaven on Earth Society. He has the backing, of course, of all these people, very influential people here in California. The Jesuits, the people who control California are the Jesuits and the Chinese Freemasons.
Yeah, also remember Dianne Feinstein. Her butler or driver or whatever.
And of course,
was also a Chinese intel guy. Just
absolutely.
Yeah. California is riddled with Chinese influence. How about that? Wow, you really brought that to light. Good job.
And I mean, there was this guy. Let me see if I can remember the name. It was a Chinese mafia guy who then at one point, he's involved with the Democratic Party at very high level. Raymond Shrimp Boy Cho. Have you ever heard of him? Okay, Raymond Shrimp Boy Cho, at one point he went and did also these documentaries and things, like he had redeemed himself, he was clean. This guy is one of the worst thugs of the Chinese mafia and the Chinese Freemasons. He's a Hong Kong born, convicted felon who led San Francisco Chinatown and controlled it in a way like no other. He was the dragon head of the Chigun Tung, which was the maximum expression of the Tiandui there. And then him, Raymond Shrimp Boy Chow, was connected to this, let's see if I can find, to this Democratic guy. Let me see if I can find, this is show you on your, you can put them on the thing, because these are friends of Nancy Pelosi. I mean, this is the kind of guys, you know.
Shrimp Boy.
Shrimp Boy, very, very powerful guy. And in fact, watch here. Cho, along with 20 other defendants, former California State Senator Leland Yee, this guy, Democrat guy.
Wow.
Democrat. And he was the second highest ranking Democrat of the California State Assembly. And he was involved with the Jitong Tong. This is the headquarters, and this is where the founder of modern China was living when he was in San Francisco. See?
Wow.
So, I mean, it's not like we're making up here conspiracy theories. These are conspiracy facts. So at least you can go and check them out.
Of course, I mean, they got it covered on both ends, because there's a Chi An who's on the Republican side running for governor.
Yeah.
So let me pull him up.
So
so I've been to some of these where they all talk, and he was there.
And Sun Yat-sen, watch.
And he's a priest.
Wow. That makes it even more sick than ever. Eh?
Oh, no. Here he is. It's South Korea. I'm sorry. So.
Oh, no, he's from South Korea.
Yeah.
No, but check out what I'm showing. I'm going to show you something now. We said that was the place.
I don't want to pick on the South Koreans, but yeah,
no,
he's Oriental guy.
Okay, so this place is very important. Like I said, historically in San Francisco, it's like when Xi Jinping goes to San Francisco, it's almost like going to Mecca for him because the Chi Kung-tung are the most recognized for the political support of Sun Yat-sen. And Sun Yat-sen is the Chinese physician, revolutionary statesman, and political philosopher who founded the Republic of China. And his first political party, the Kuomintang, that then was preceded, of course, the Long March of Mao Zedong. And he was, here we're talking about the history. You understand, it's quite incredible that the history of China passed through California and San Francisco.
That's crazy. No wonder there's such influence, Chinese influence. Wow.
Here you're talking, and now that after the success of the 19th soon proclaimed the establishment of the Republic of China. Now, the Republic of China today is Taiwan.
Yeah.
After because then,
so is this a good against bad? We have the communists, and we have the Republic of China.
No, there is no good against bad.
There's no good Chinese involved here. Oh, wow.
Let me tell you the truth. When I was actually, I remember, because then at one point I remember, I'm not in contact any longer with Benjamin Fulford, but 3 or 4 years ago, at one point I was discussing, Taiwan and mainland China, and he said one honest thing to me. He said, PMA said, well, that we took the same oath, and that in Taiwan, we have already all our men ready. There is not going to be even a need to shoot anybody. We already take over the show in a few minutes, not even a few hours.
So they're going to just take the Chinese right on in, huh?
The thing is that their lodges already control part of Taiwan, and they're already so well infiltrated in the military and everything that the moment. So the crazy thing about us sending billions of dollars of weapons to Taiwan, because people would say, Zagami is wrong. America is sending billions of dollars of weapons to Taiwan to defend themselves from mainland China. No, idiots. We are simply giving billions of dollars to the military-industrial complex and to those people who continue to make money. And we Americans are financing this disgrace. That's the problem.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, Lockheed Martin is making money, not the average folk.
Oh, God, yeah. Yep.
No? So I mean...
Well, you blew it all up again, Leo. So it's, God, the Chinese influence around the world, and especially in California, and pushing their peeps, Gavin Newsom, into the White House. Boy, you're right. They would be like jumping up and down. They'll own America then.
They would be like most happy, because I repeat, if you simply want an experience of Gavin Newsom in China, you go and find it probably on YouTube, Gavin Newsom in China, and it's like, I don't know, I mean, like they received a hero, It was like, I mean, it was even almost embarrassing the way they and the way we received Xi Jinping with the communist flags in San Francisco like this, and cleaning up San Francisco that was literally full of feces and other stuff, and cleaning it all up so it all looked perfect for the arrival of Xi Jinping. I mean, come on, guys. It's just like a joke. And who was the guy who made all this possible? It was the Sabbatean Frankist Henry Kissinger, which I explain in my book on Jeffrey Epstein, was excommunicated by Rabbi Antelman. Actually, I have a photo of the excommunication of Henry Kissinger in my book, which I can show you. This was the Rabbinical Council that excommunicated Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger, went to Israel and then ordered a sandwich with prosciutto. Prosciutto. It's not kosher, guys, in any way, shape, or form.
Oh my God! In their face with it. Oh, it's so funny. What a knucklehead.
So, and you know, the Rothschilds, or the Sabatian Frankists, own 20% of the Chinese National Bank. Just so.
Well, here's a good question for you. I heard the Chinese were promised by the deep state to be the next world leader.
Well, I said it, you know, this year I celebrate 20 years of Illuminati Confessions. And in 2006, when I started my confessions online, I said that the model the Illuminati, the elite, was aiming for was the Chinese model, because that's the model of complete control over the masses. And that's why
like you're well on the way.
Klaus Schwab.
I had no idea until this conversation, really. I thought they were like, back end player trying to make it to the top, but looks like
Klaus Schwab's son lives most of his time in Beijing. He has an office there. That's where the Great Reset is about Russia and China, but mostly China taking over the world and installing their cyber Satan, their AI communist.
Right.
And about control of religion. Because that was also the deal with the Vatican, which I've been talking about in my books. The deal with the Vatican that started in the fall of 2018 and that was renewed until now, which now makes the Catholic Church a state church, where the images of Jesus are at times substituted with the images of Mao Zedong. And there is a complete compliance with what used to be the nationalistic Catholic Church, which was created by the Communist Party in the 1950s.
Yeah.
So they nominated the Communist Chinese their own bishops, and then suddenly the Vatican now recognizes them. It's just absurd. Mentally, that makes me just insane.
Yeah. So here's somebody saying Russians will inherit the top spot. So maybe it's a race to the top. Like you said, the New World Order. So the new World Order.
It's a Sino-Russian world order, and the alliance between Russia and China is an alliance that we can't understand, but it's so strong that nothing can break it. Believe me.
And the two of them combined, that would be a hard one to defeat. Wow.
And along with them, you have, of course, Iran, North Korea, and all the various Paria states or whatever around the world, but also the ones that now want to play BRICS and want to play alternative to the United States. So now, actually, the whole thing is becoming more and more impactful also against the dollar.
Yeah. So this is great. So this is where everybody should be looking. When you see this jockeying for power, the bigger picture here is United States, trying to exert its influence. And
Epstein was giving the info on how to deal with the Trump to the Russians.
Wow. Interesting.
And that is another big problem. So Trump has unfortunately some skeletons in the closet at this point that Russia is able to. I think that we should you should never believe again in any promise of peace. At this point, it's clear that Russia is going to advance and it's going to complete their mission in making Ukraine their own. And if you see, at this point, I noticed this, and I want to close this show with this thought.
Okay.
We have three players, major players, who now are taking a stand in a new direction for a new world order.
Yep.
Venezuela, Trump, and maybe Greenland next, and maybe some other country next.
Colombia, Cuba.
Yeah.
Canada.
Okay. At that point, China does the same. Russia continues to do the same.
Right.
Europe is the loser. The big loser of all this is
Big
Europe.
time.
And of course, Great Britain, which is starting to, they still have, of course, the backing of the Commonwealth, this big organization of the former empire. That
City
is
of London, yeah.
But a lot of those countries are starting to jump on board with China, the new Silk Road, and so it's eroding slowly. That influence is eroding. And in fact, yes, it's true that the main reason is for Prince Andrew to become now Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and no longer Prince is Epstein. But in reality, he was also facing an even bigger scandal because of his deals with the Chinese.
Wow, how about that?
And,
No idea,
and that was surfacing in the last few months before he gave up on the title. There was a lot of pressure because that is another. Let's not forget that Hong Kong was British and then given back to, and that was a very big.
And Queen Victoria making the Chinese, the Boer Wars or wherever, making them, buy opium with silver, taking their silver. So it's a silver thing again. I think who controls the most silver going forward is going to be very, very in the right spot too. But so China and
Russia want to take
stop their silver shipments. Russia stopped their silver shipments. Yeah,
they are building a nuclear site on the moon for that. They don't care about anymore the silver here on Earth. They're for real. They're
you're right. Yeah,
China and Russia are gonna colonize the moon before America, unfortunately, and they are taking, the silver that you mentioned here on Earth. In the end, this is a small planet with small, limited resources. There is a lot of other resources in space, and that's why they want to build this nuclear reactor on the moon soon.
Wow. So you go harvest all that stuff and. God, yeah, there's all kinds of stuff out in the
So somebody says, "Don't be naive. Europe will win." Listen, guys, trust me. There is no longer going to be a European Pope, and that is a sign of the times. Simply because Europe is really irrelevant. Germany was relevant for the last few decades simply because Angela Merkel made a deal taking the fossil fuels from Russia and being able to still carry on the big factories. But now Germany is in full decline. And once you have the decline of Germany, the rest of Europe is going down. And it's very cheap to buy, and China is arriving and buying. So it's I think that it's pretty clear that Europe is the place that will be squeezed out of these three big players, and then of course America, China, and Russia can decide what to do with this continent and what is left over of this continent. Let's not forget that this continent now is suffering a mass influx of Islamic, people that are transforming the very essence of Europe. And because they're not making any more children, there is no new children in Italy. There's no new children in Germany. So
well, they brought in all the illegal aliens, keep the population up.
The only ones making children are those. Yeah. So I think that people need to know that the great loser here is Europe, but don't think that, of course, the Illuminati and the elite is not present in Europe. That is their birthplace. But I can tell you from my personal experience, I know how it is. Every single aristocrat or person who is investing money today has invested in China, has invested away from Europe. So they don't care anymore, really, about the inevitable decline of it. So for 2026, we will see more European decline, more expansion of the war in Ukraine, and probably this war, if it starts with boots on the ground in Venezuela, will become the biggest problem for the future of MAGA, or what is left of it. And of course, this year will be also the year in which, with the midterm elections, there will be sanction, maybe the end of this whole movement, the way we knew it.
Could be. Yep. We'll have to keep an eye on
Sorry,
it.
I wasn't so positive about our future, but I had to be realistic.
Yeah, you do, and that sometimes that wakes people up and pushes it in the direction it needs to go. So, don't always like have your eyes on a certain direction. You have to look big picture. Be observant of everything that's going on, and maybe you can switch what's coming down the road, like we're talking about.
Like Alternative for Deutschland, for example, which wanted to be the alternative that Elon Musk was pushing in Germany. Well, in the last few weeks and months, by the German intelligence.
That's right. Wow.
Just like the ones from the Golden Dawn in Greece a few years back when they tried a similar approach. There is no way you can oppose what they are trying to do in Europe, which is simply an economy of war. They think that they can substitute the old economy with an economy of war. But the problem is that the war doesn't go on forever. And once the economy of war is finished, what are you going to do? What are you going to offer the future for 500 million people in Europe? So we are much better off here on this side of the world for the moment, though we have our own problems. And our own problems started to resemble the problems of Europe and Great Britain with the first Islamic mayor in New York, which I think is the first of a long series of Islamic mayors. Now in the United Kingdom, in England, the major towns, all the major cities are all in the hands of Islamic mayors.
Hmm.
And that is because the New World Order knows very well that Islam is a way, it's a religion they can work with. They can control better.
Yeah, you've said that in the past, and that's a good point. So yeah, there's probably going to be a continual push for Islam throughout the world. Here in America, they're pushing Islam in here really big.
Islam, and then this strange mix, which is Islamo-communism, Islamo-socialism, because
Right.
it's just like Mamdani.
Mamdani, yeah.
And that is really what it's all about. But then
Somalians and yeah, so it's crazy.
Well, I hope that this country will be able to resist, and I'm sure it will, because, like you said earlier, a lot of people will, at one point, simply decide to oppose all this, and I hope they will still be able to do it until, though, there will be a RoboCop on the street, a robo-soldier on the street, and those. It's very difficult to oppose those kind of things.
Oh, no.
I saw a video the other day of a robot who gave a kick in the nuts to a guy who was fighting with him. Simply, he aimed for the nutsack, and the guy went down like.
Oh yeah, instant.
And they do, even the Elon Musk robots do already martial arts and stuff. But imagine a robot giving you a knock. That's metal. So that is the problem here. 2030, and what I always said in my books, volume 6.66, volume 7, volume 9, the rise of cyber Satan. Because ultimately, regardless of China taking control of that technology, which they already have, and they're doing, the fact is that cyber Satan is something that really aims for the transformation of mankind. So there is going to be those who reject all this, but then we're going to have to get hold of a place, of an island, of a place of independence where we raise big walls and we fight these people. We don't let their drones in. We don't let their technology in. How you see that, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be, we have a lot on our plate. It's like, But we have to start making progress. I think, like you're talking about, MAGA here at home, and if that doesn't start to roll, then
I think that
not going to
by
look
the
good.
end of this year, me and you will have a chat. We will finally, realize where we are.
Yep.
And at that point, we will say, okay, screw Washington.
Or it's time to invest in something that's going to happen here in America, or it's time to leave, one or the other.
I simply want to drain the swamp, and the swamp is still there, and Trump is actually having a yacht on the swamp and inviting everybody to party with him.
And then it's going to get off and sink it like the Titanic. I don't know.
Well, I hope we can sink this yacht, but the swamp is there. It's alive and kicking in Washington, D.C., and everybody who goes to Washington disappoints us.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, what is it? The air they breathe? In the meantime, you can read my latest article and learn what is happening at a geopolitical level, how the three big gangsters are dividing the world.
Yep.
I mean, it's okay.
Brilliant work. Yep. Brilliant conversation, and we definitely appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you for your audience for this great start to the new year. I will be now in the next few months deep immersing myself deep in my next literary project, which I hope.
Looking forward to it.
That hopefully is going to come out before the summer. And I'm not going to tell you what it's about. Stop secret. Stop secret. But
it's going to be right. Good job.
But it's going to be
every one of your books that comes out becomes a bestseller. So.
And in the meantime, I'm carrying on a celebration of my 20 years of Illuminati Confessions. I'm kind of like weekly discussing them, because it's been an experience, for 20 years. 20 years ago, it was a very different world. For a lot of people, it's unimaginable, even to think that we were discussing this subject 20 years ago. But we were. And people should have waken up by now, but unfortunately that's not the case. That's why we are still in these conditions. But that's people amazing. Like me, David Icke, Alice Jones, and many others, Jordan Maxwell, and of course also you and others have made the world a better place in a way, and I hope we will continue to do so. So thank you so much, and God bless America and the rest of the world.
God bless.
Take care.
Take care. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So was the Minnesota shooting used as a way to direct forces against the globalists? I believe it was. There's some anomalies in that shooting. Same thing that happened for the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. Lots of anomalies. Do the White Hats basically use events like that to push agendas moving forward so that they can really go after the deep state? I think we're going to see that after we talk about some of these instances. All right, same thing with the President Trump 2 assassination attempts. Basically, that the shooter for the one in Butler, PA, they found him. They had pictures of him, shot on the roof. A lot of anomalies about that, where people were like, saying there's a guy up there, and no one went up there. And then later they took pictures of the guy from the position where he was shooting from. Even a cross-eyed person could have hit President Trump. So they took pictures of him. The same thing with the guy that tried to that was planning on shooting on the golf course. Lots of anomalies, strange anomalies about that one as well. Charlie Kirk, lots of 33 numbers in the Charlie Kirk assassination. And the same thing happened with the more recent Minneapolis shooting. So let's look at some of that. Laura Obolai, however you pronounce that, I think it looks like a Obolai. she brought up some good points. I brought up some good points about it as well. But let's look at, her take on it. So she says, it turns out the ICE officer involved survived prior vehicular assault requiring 33, not 32, not 34, not exactly 33 stitches. Now, sometimes these numbers change as people kind of get, clued up on some of this stuff. They'll throw out another number. So, I've seen where they said 33 stitches, but I've seen other numbers as well. So they do that on purpose to kind of, throw us off the game. So where did the incident happen? It happened at 3333 Portland Avenue on 33rd and Portland, the 3300 block, where every address starts with 33. Okay, we may just be watching a movie after all. So why would they do something like this? So they can go in and start to clean up, some of these, deep state stranglehold communities. Minnesota is, the good people of Minnesota are basically suffering under this demonic group that has come in and started taking over the state. Same things happen in Colorado, Oregon, Washington State, Illinois, New York. So if they do something or plan out something so that they can go in and start to take care of business, whereas otherwise they wouldn't be able to, see how this goes. 33 is not just a Masonic symbol. I am beginning to think it's code for PSYOP. Yes, they're telling us it's a PSYOP. How else can you tell? And by the way, with Charlie, we'll leave it at that because YouTube likes to take channels down that talk about this. They took me on my video where I went into detail about all of the anomalies on the day of the Charlie Kirk thingy. All right. So there were 33s everywhere. No doctors or nurses, nothing. Right. So I believe that Charlie thing was basically to start to push consciousness in a certain direction. The Hamas attack. Now, I'm a little bit deep on the Hamas attack. The Hamas attack, I always looked at that and it's like, there's no way, there's no way they came across the border like that. No friggin' way, right? So I've talked about that a lot. Other people have talked about that, but it was a way they could go in and start to take out Hamas guys, right? Now, as far as I'm very suspect on the numbers of when they did initially when they did the Iran in Iran when they took down the Shah 47 years ago. 47 years ago. What presidential number is Trump now? 47, right? So God has mysterious ways of doing things, of course. I think God is, or Trump is God's messenger. So anyway, if we look at, all the way back to the Iranian Revolution, where they took over our embassy and all that kind of stuff, that's very suspect. But anyway, during that time frame, and I think it was like 666 days, they held those hostages. And then Ronald Reagan came in and said, if you still hold those hostages when I come in as president, we're going to hammer you. And so they let them go on the 666th day of their captivity. So all of these numbers are everywhere. And, that was it planned by the deep state? Yeah. So are some of these things planned by the good guys? Yeah. So if to beat the bad guys, you have to play their game sometimes, guys. So don't think that, they're doing the same playbook, that makes them bad. No, we're doing the same playbook so that we can win, so that we can defeat them at their own game. All right. So this is the way I believe a lot of these things are happening. All right. So we're getting ready to see Iran get hammered. All right. We're going to talk about that a little bit. And that will be part of the deep state takedown. So it goes back many years. So Iran, like I've said in many of my shows, when I was overseas in Beirut and Lebanon and Iraq and Afghanistan and Pakistan, there was Iranian influence, right? Bad guy Iranian influence, all right? In a lot of those countries, guys, a lot of those countries. So taking down the bad guys in Iran. So in Iran, they were going to use Iran as a nuclear deterrent for the good guys, all right? And President Trump came in and bombed their nuclear facilities. And that was a green light. That was a green light for the takedown by the population of, Iran, the people of Iran, to start to move. Because Obama, during Arab Spring, did not back them. He backed all the bad guys during the Arab Spring. And eventually, fortunately, some of those were reversed, like we saw in Egypt. Arab Spring, took down the government there. And a year later, basically, the people rose up and drove out the Muslim Brotherhood, right? So they saw that they were evil, they were bad, they got rid of the Islamists, right? So this is happening in Iran as well. This happened in Palestine, right? So, the Israelis came in and they needed an excuse to take down Hamas. And so let's go back in time where Mike used to be part of the CIA, and he used to go to Beirut, all right? In Beirut, we had, and this is in the news, so I can talk about this. I may or may not know, all right, about some of these things. I may have heard about this from other sources. So I'm not saying exactly where I heard these things, but I just happened to be working for the CIA in Beirut, and there were many Iranian, people that were helping us, find out information about Iran in Beirut. And unfortunately, there was a miscommunication by one of the CIA case officers, from what I've heard, right? And there's newspaper articles about how many people that were working for us were murdered, right? After this bad communication. So communications. So what happened with all of those pagers? Remember the pagers in Beirut, Hezbollah? So Hezbollah, a lot of the leaders in Hezbollah, they had pagers and they blew up on them. How about that? So little payback, F around and find out, right? So that's what happened. They effed around and found out, screw with the CIA, the good guys, and they came back and basically took out Hezbollah. Now, why was it important for Israel? Because they bombed the hell out of Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is like, okay, uncle, we give, whereas before they hadn't been able to do that. They did the same thing with Hamas. Why did they do that? Because Hamas and Hezbollah would go to Iran and would help Iran when the people rose up, and they'd massacre the people. See how this is moving? All right, bigger picture. All right, so longer term, bigger picture. So this is some of the things that we're seeing. So the October 7th attack was so that the good guys could go in and start to hammer down, right? So they've been doing this against us for, like I said, for decades. When I went over to the Middle East, Iran was playing games, and they were responsible. Juan O'Savin came on my show a couple of days ago and talked about it, emergency broadcast, and said that the Iranians were probably responsible for anywhere from 25 to 50 million. So do you think that it might be a good thing that they, play this little game so they go in and like hammer down and like basically take down that problem? Yeah, absolutely. So let's move on and look at some other things. If we look at President Trump, he says, I'm going to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots. And also, while we're at it, highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial voting machines, which cost 10 times more than accurate and sophisticated watermark paper, which is faster, and leaves no doubt. Basically, we're the only country in the world that uses this, so we're going to stop it. At the end of the evening, as to who won and who lost the election, we are now the only country in the world that uses mail-in voting. All others gave it up because of the massive voter fraud encountered. We will begin this effort, which will be strongly opposed by the Democrats because they cheat at levels never seen before. So he's saying by signing executive order, because we've talked about how he was going to do this, to help honesty to the 2026 midterm elections. Remember, the states are merely an agent for the federal government in counting and tabulating the votes. They must do what the federal government, as represented by the President of the United States, tells them for the good of our country to do. Now, we have already seen that for the first time in history in Colorado, the governor there has refused to release Tina Peters, who was given a presidential pardon. This has never happened before in our history until now. All right. So just recently, that Democrat governor in Colorado is saying, well, maybe I'll release her. Maybe you better. All right. So it's getting to that point. It's getting down to the wire where his government may be, seized by military forces. So will the Democrats allow this non-mail-in voting and, allow people to like watch poll watchers and so forth, good poll watchers from both sides? Because in some of these Democrat states, they made Republican poll watchers leave. And then when they came in and people came in to what they wanted to watch the counting process, they put up, cardboard. You guys remember that? All right. So we're not going to have that this time, guys. I think that in these Democrat states and cities, they're going to refuse to do the right thing because they know if they do the right thing, they're going to lose. So they're going to fight this. And we're going to put probably military in those areas to monitor it and make sure it happens. So that won't be necessary all over the country. Some states will adopt it. Some cities will adopt it and some won't. And those that won't will get F around and find out. All right. So this is coming. It's moving in a direction. So President Trump is moving a lot of things in the right direction. Now, for Iran and Hamas and Hezbollah and some of these other, Venezuela, some of these other countries, China, we're going to see basically funding cut off from them. All right. We're going to see a starving of the beast. All right. A starving of the beast. And then we're going to move in and take them down while they're at their weakest. And a lot of these Democrat cities, like Minneapolis, like we're starting to see, we're taking away their money. We're starving them. All right. They don't have the money. They starve. And then people don't play along. All right. And when they lose a lot more of their base, like they're doing, some of them being shipped back to countries where they belong, and some of them going to jail, and some of them just, being pushed out of the election process, right? So as we continue to see that, we'll see an attempt to do something radical, right? Something radical. And that's one of the reasons why you don't see, excuse me, people being arrested on a massive scale, which they need to be, because they have their ways, all right? That they can make things very difficult for us. All right, so what we're seeing in Iran right now is they've gone like, I think, 16 or 17 days straight where everything has been shut down. The people are on the streets, basically pushing back. They are now, and have been for a little bit now, for maybe a day or two, they are hunting all of the people of the Islamic regime that are still in Iran. Now, some of you are like,
here in America are tired of it, right? And we've been putting up with it for a long time as well. Not as extreme as they have, so we won't see that kind of extremity everywhere. But it is a very strong possibility. Some of these Democrat states and some of these Democrat cities that resist going forward as everything gets exposed, and they continue to resist, like Tim Walz and some of these others, and what's their mayor there, Fry, whatever his name is, is going to get fried, right, by the people, right? So I say, if you're on the wrong side of this, you need to like get on the right side and start to expose, so people can see that you're on the right side of being on the bad side for a long time. Now, like some of these people they know they don't stand a chance. So they're fighting. They're fighting to the end because they know if they give up, they're going to die. They're going to be, they're going to end up being executed or worse. So they're going to fight to the end. We're going to see the same thing, some of these Democrat cities, guys. We'll see some of the same thing is going to happen with some of these, Democrat leaders, and not just Democrats. I don't pick up just Democrats, but of course they're the worst offenders at this point. But there are, rhinos. They'll probably face some of the same, problems as well going forward. So a lot of people are resigning. They're trying to get the hell out of there. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she just recently resigned. There's a lot of people, not just at the high levels, but a lot of people all the way down the line into a lot of these cities at the county level that are resigning because they know that their time is up. And we're seeing a massive resignation from a lot of people right now in Congress and some in the Senate and throughout every city going forward. You're going to see resignations where people are going to try to get the hell out of the way before they get wrapped up in this extreme reveal. And if it won't matter if they're part of extreme problems, doing very bad things, they will be hunted and they will be found and they will stand justice, all right, one way or the other. All right, so we're moving very quickly, very rapidly in that direction. Now, we're going to see in Iran, we're going to see the United States and Israel basically go in and hammer the hell out of them through air power, right? And every form of air power is probably going to come in. Right now, I guess Khomeini, their supreme leader, has disappeared. Everybody's saying that he's in a bunker somewhere, like Saddam Hussein and all those other people. We got bunker busters, right? So bunker buster will dig down and find everyone, all right, that's hiding out. Now, I'm going to put this out. I've already put this out that I saw there was possibility that Israel would get bombed. And I saw a nuke type device, although I don't think it's a nuke. It does have that kind of explosive potential. Somehow they get an aircraft through or some kind of missile through and cause some serious destruction in Israel. I predicted this a long time ago. So to head that off, because right now the last of the Iranian holdouts that are being basically controlled by the deep state are saying they're going to attack U.S. bases and Israel if America and Israel come in and attack them. Right? So that's going to happen. We're going to attack them. It's going to happen. All right, on a massive scale and probably multi-day, day and night, hammering away at the last remnant of this atrocious extremist Muslim group that has been controlling Iran for 47 years. All right, so this is the beginning of the end of all of these radical Muslim groups, guys. Right? They're already on the downside, as I've talked about with Hamas and Hezbollah. They're all, hammered at this point, almost to non-existence. ISIS in Syria just got hammered by the U.S. That'll continue until they've been disappeared. So those jets and everything that are hammering those guys in Syria could easily go down and start hammering the bad Iranians, right? So they have to be, very surgical strikes. Of course, we have that capability. We have the capability of doing a lot of things at this point. Now, before I touch on the Israel thing, let me pull up this one little listen for you guys that you're going to like. You're going to like it a lot. And then I'll go into detail about this. This is a capability that U.S. Special Forces do have, right? I have had this capability when I was in, now we're looking at, 20 years ago. Now, the things that we were doing as far as like breaching, explosive breaching and so forth, there was no one that touched us. We were decades and decades ahead of everybody else, right? And I promise you that's continued forward to this day. And on multiple weapon system platforms, we had incredible capabilities all the way back, 20 years ago when I was involved in, the Panama invasion and all the stuff that I did. Now I want you to listen to this take right now.
A security guard that was protecting Maduro has spoken, and you got to hear what he said. It's in Spanish, but I'll translate. Also, Trump announced that, the cartels, they're going after him in Mexico. The whole vibe of Latin America has changed because of what happened in Venezuela. And now that we're getting firsthand accounts from people that were there, the soldier says they didn't hear him coming.
All right. So they didn't hear him coming. How about that? And there were no surface to air, systems that seemed to be working. There was no one seemed to know that they were there, and they just kind of showed up. Just before they showed up, he's going to talk about what happened to those guys on the ground.
He says the Americans had technology superior to anything they've ever seen. Everything that they were using for radar, for anything, was completely taken offline. They had drones, and the drones were taking out bases and taking out things faster. They didn't have no technology. They've never had to fight against drones. He also talks about that there was only 8 helicopters. There was only 20 men that were sent in, and those 20 men killed hundreds of their men, and none of those soldiers were injured. He talks about it felt like they were firing 300 rounds a minute.
All right. So a minute, that would be kind of slow, but they're probably a lot faster than that. But because I can do I was doing 3 headshots in a second, guys. So and a lot of the guys, I wouldn't say a lot, but there were several guys that were at that level. I was a freak, of course. So, but who knows? Maybe all those guys are at that level now, because that was 20 years ago. So, the technology, the weapon systems are far more advanced than what I was involved with back then. So it is a possibility that all those guys went in. If you have surprise, you can do amazing things. When you have violence of action, like he's describing right now, where they come in and they're just obliterating anything that's a threat, right? Obliterating it, just boom. And everybody's like that. It doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take a lot. All right. So 20 guys, 300, 600 rounds a minute, right? Started, right? It's already started, and then you hit the brainstem. It's still moving. That's a possibility, but it sounds like these guys were on the jump. Now, listen to other things that happen to the potential targets on the ground that we're going to resist.
Nothing they've ever seen, nothing that they can compete with. And then he also sonic shock boom that was sent out, and everybody immediately even gathered themselves, because whatever was sent at them made them fall to their knees and vomit blood. out of their mouth and out of their noses. They were incapacitated immediately. He says he never wants to go through that again. Doesn't want to have to fight with the Americans again. He's sending warnings to everybody out there that you think you can fight the Americans. You don't even know what their weaponry is like and what they're capable of. 20 men took out hundreds, and that's starting to spread all through Latin America. And now they're not saying, if you want me, come and get me anymore. They're like, oh shit. Especially after Trump says, hey.
Yeah. Even after this takedown of Maduro, who was just like Noriega, Pineapple Face with his machete was like, come get me, Americans. Well, that happened. He ran the first night. He ran like a little scared chicken, and he hid away in the Catholic Church, and they protected him, but not for long. So eventually got him. All right. So Maduro, talk smack. That's machismo, Latin machismo. That cost him as well. He could have had, like Juan said, he could have had a nice island vacation for the rest of his life, but he chose to screw you, America, you can't get me. And now he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. Now, the other one in Colombia, he was talking smack there at first too, even after we came in and got Maduro. And I guess the information started to spread, how badass America is. And he's like, yeah, I'd like to come talk to you, President Trump, and we can work something out. All right, so you're going to see a lot of that. Now, President Trump has just recently said the same thing to Cuba. He's basically warning Cuba, we're basically taking everything away. We're taking away every money source you have, because they were basically, raping Venezuela. They were taking their oil for free. They had a bunch of their people there that were running the whole country. That's done. And now Cuba and the evil Cuban, dictatorship that's been ruling that country for a long time, even longer, they're about ready to go bye-bye as well, right? And President Trump has already warned them, give up now or you're going to face the same thing. So this is what's going to happen in a lot of these places. Same thing is happening right now in Iran. They're talking smack, and they're effing around. They're going to find out, right? And this is going to happen all around the world, right? Down in Australia, they're still playing their games down in Australia. They're going to get spanked, right? Anybody in New Zealand want to stand up? I don't think so. Let's go over to South Africa. The threat's already there for South Africa. You guys are spreading terror all the way through and raping, literally and figuratively, everybody in Africa. You're effing around. You're gonna find out. You give up too. You stop your bullshit, or else we're gonna come and get you as well. So this is what's happening around the world. President Trump's not effing around, and mineral resources and so forth that we need to defeat some of the other countries that are very strong still, like China and Russia. They're probably going to still continue to play games. We're basically going to go and get the minerals and oil and everything else we need. Of course, those countries that have those, we're not going to rate them like the deep state did. They're going to do well. They're going to find out the good side, right? They're going to not F around. They're going to find out perfectly how amazing working with the United States can be, because the deep state is not part of the United States anymore, right? President Trump is also going to inform the WEF. He's not going to the WEF, the World Economic Forum. He's basically going to send them a message that you guys surrender now, and if you don't, you're effing around, and you're going to find out. All right. So this is the way it's going to be all around the world, guys. So God's hand is at work all throughout the world now, and is moving very quickly. And all of the evil that's out there in all the places that I just said and described are going to find out. Now, even here in the United States, guys, we're finding out. Now, I just had Eric Holt on, former fire chief who uncovered coordinated election misconduct. You guys, if you haven't seen this, please go watch this. It's very, very insightful and informative of how evil Colorado and many other states, all the way down to the county level, are. They destroyed this man's life. This guy is a hero on many different levels and destroyed his life. Now, I want to thank many of you that came in and contributed to him, because he's basically going against them and he's going to destroy them, right? But he's one guy. Now, I've had a lot of people on like this. You guys know Sean Taylor, Alpha Warrior. Those guys came out of the woodwork. We helped them. We promoted them, and both of those guys are doing unbelievably great work. I think at some point Eric Holt will probably do the same thing. It's probably not. They destroyed his career. Probably not going to be able to go back and do that again. Although he loves it. He dresses he's got the mustache of a fire captain from the old days. It's pretty cool. Really good guy. So please go watch that. If you can't contribute, $5, $10, whatever. We've had people that have come in and contributed. And both of he's got a, Gibson Go and one of the other ones. So he's got two different ones. Somebody has come into both of those and given 5,000 and 2,000. Of course, I gave, and I always give to all these people, right? And I know a lot of you guys do too. If I call it out, it's like, let's help this person. You guys jump in. Let's help Eric Holt take down the deep state, guys. All right. Let's help him. Right. He needs the help. He's like put a lot of his money out there. He sold his house. He got his life destroyed, lived in a trailer with his daughters. It's crazy. So, he's doing the right thing, and they come after us that do the right thing. And so please go watch that. And if you can, like I said, contribute, right? Because it does make a difference. And if your contribution is a prayer, that's good. If your contribution is a share, that's good, right? That's all you can give that, right? It does make a difference. All right, so let's go a little bit deeper. Let's go into Tusi TV. Tusi, he's come a long way. He's done a really good job. He's another guy, that is revealing, and he's doing it in England. I'm very surprised. They have not come and knocked on his door and taken him away. But fortunately, they have not. And, let's hope that he can continue revealing on the level that he is.
Welcome to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and something extraordinary is happening inside Iran. Yes, we are now in the day 16, I believe. People are still out. They have retaken multiple cities, including most of Tehran, the capital. The IRGC forces, who continue to shoot at innocent civilians, have retreated their forces from a number of towns and cities. And President Donald J. Trump, the White House, confirms that they will be sending support to the Iranian people. We're going to discuss all this in this live report. We have a lot of videos that are coming in now from inside the country. Of course, a big shout out to Elon Musk and Starlink. And of course, we're going to get your reaction live as you.
All right. So, of course, the regime tried to, they shut down all the internet so that none of this information get out. They knew this was coming, guys, because 2 months ago, Elon Musk and some other people probably on the ground, some good CIA, yes, they do exist. And good Mossad, yes, they do exist, have been involved in getting a lot of the Starlink antennas and satellite, information to the Iranians, so that when this went down, because this is part of a bigger plan, remember, right? Going all the way back to October 7th, that they would be successful in sharing that information to inspire the world. Now, you haven't seen this on, except on this show in Tusi TV. You haven't seen any of this, all right? I've been following this. Of course, I've been following this and been impacted by this for decades. So it is very important that the Iranians, take their country back. And I've been predicting that they would. And here it is. It's in the 16th. We're going to come in and start bombing the old regime targets that are they're coming in. I guess they're killing massive amounts of the Iranian people like they normally do. That's their modus operandi, or operandi if you're speaking in Latin. And that's what we're going to see going forward. We're going to see, they're going to try and turn this back around and come in with a heavy force like they have in the past, but they're way behind the power curve right now. And the Iranian people are basically taking over lots of different cities. So I think we're going to see, a failure of that system. But there is the possibility that they could use something catastrophic, because they have been not using nukes, because I know that they have nukes. I may or may not know about that, from my days in the CIA. But they, as I've heard from the grapevine, right, they have nukes, and they didn't use the nukes because they knew that people would not like that. So they've kept away from that. But here they are, about to be completely taken down. So you can expect that they're going to use them if they get a shot at it. I don't think they're going to get away with it, but it is a possibility right now, guys. So when Trump and Israel, America and Israel come in, they're coming in with everything. And I've seen a lot of reports where they're basically moving a lot of aircraft into this area. They may even move in secretly some Delta guys. You never know. And, that'd be great. Now, you're probably wondering, well, where are the SEAL teams? Well, the SEAL teams are basically out there in the ocean taking down a lot of these ships right now. And some of them you don't know about, I promise you. But I can guess from the operations that I was involved in the past, and some of the stuff that's been leaking out, that the SEAL teams are basically really taking down some of these bad ships out there, and that have a lot of this technology that Israel could use. Now, where could that be coming from? China. All right. So the bad guys in China. So we're going to still see, the possibility of, some very dirty deeds going forward. So I think the white hats are aware of that. We've seen, excuse me, we have seen the Doomsday plane, I guess, take off. It's the first time, somebody said it was like the first time in like 50 something years that the Doomsday plane has taken off. So why would that be? I would think that it could be because of Iran, and the bad guys. All right. So the bad guys here in America that still have some of those nukes out there, guys, they're out there. I've heard about that. Right. I've been told by other sources, over time, that they're out there. So Juan has come in and talked about that as well. We know the nuke sifters have been involved for like 4 years now. They've been out there. A lot of the guys that basically Monkey Works and some other people that basically follow the different aircraft that go up there. These nuke sifters have been very involved in America for several years now, during the Biden administration and still to this day. So it is a threat. It's something that we all need to be aware of. That they would do, and in a desperation move, they would use the nukes and blame it on somebody else, right? They'd use the nukes and blame it on Russia, right? Obviously.
Sure, let's get on with the show. Let's get on with the reports, and of course, the capital. Let's start in Tehran first. It's insane. I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now. More people have now joined. And I'm going to explain why this is happening, by the way, because this is not really just about the fact that they are absolutely angry, they are done, they want to get rid of the regime, obviously. But there are a couple of very important reasons, a couple of very important individuals who have actually helped it. Go to Tehran, look at the crowd, they've retaken their city.
So this will be Americans in the streets doing this when the Democrat Party is completely gone, right? So it's not going to be easy to get rid of them, just like it's not easy for these guys to get rid of their deep state guys. All right. So, lots of very positive things are happening in the world. I know I'm talking about the Democrats, of course. I talk about all of the political baddies in America, and the political baddies all over the world, whether it's, like I said, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, we're going to in Cuba, Colombia, Mexico. We're going to see Brazil. We're going to see these baddies basically be taken down, guys. All right, it's going to happen everywhere. So more than 500 people, from reports that I've seen from other sources of people, they're saying there are thousands of Iranians have been killed. So we're right on the cusp of America and Israel moving, I believe. It could happen tonight, or at the worst, latest, maybe tomorrow, or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe the people, will overcome the problem on their own, through their own wherewithal. I think they're going to need help personally, but we'll see. Now, Iran threatens counterattack on Israel and U.S. bases. They threatened United States counterstrikes in the event of a U.S. attack in support of the nationwide protest movement against this authoritarian state leadership. So, like I said, will the people be successful and take them all down themselves? I know I've seen that they're basically seizing weaponry and so forth. A lot of the, not a lot, but there are police and military that are basically turning away from the Islamic State, and some of them are getting involved in actually taking them down. So I believe that's happening. So we may see the Iranians basically take care of this on their own. But I know President Trump and Israel are watching this. My feel is they're going to get involved, right? We'll see. And prayers to them if they do. So let's go back in time. Let's look at Arab Spring. The Arab Spring did not lead to significant protests in Iran until later. The Iranian Green movement in 2009, which was influenced by the Arab Spring, sought to address issues like electoral fraud and human rights violations, but ultimately did not achieve its goal. And why would that be? Because Obama didn't back them up like he did the Arab Spring, right? So they were probably just like, those Navy SEAL Team 6 guys that went in and got Osama bin Laden, and then one of their aircraft went down, killing a group of Navy SEAL Team 6 guys in Afghanistan, a very suspect helicopter crash, which, I guess I've talked to people where it came down through RPG attacks, and it was an aircraft that normally the Navy SEAL Team 6 guys don't get on. So very suspect everywhere, all around. Who would have put them on the aircraft? So somebody high up in the SEAL teams, or maybe the admiral. I don't know. But anyway, unfortunately, that crashed. Of course, not just the Navy SEALs died, but the air crew on that craft died as well. I heard that it crashed alongside a mountain, rolled down the mountain, burned profusely. They couldn't get in it. They couldn't get to it. And then it rained, started raining, and it was in a gully, and it flooded. So, geez, it's like, and then, they said we just, cremated everybody. Well, everybody was already cremated, right? Whatever was left, I guess they cremated. So very, very suspect on that, guys. I don't think we're going to see any Delta helicopter crashes, guys, or any SEAL Team 6 or other SEAL teams helicopters crash, right? Those days of manipulation from the deep state are gone. The reason why Delta came in and was so successful, and why the SEAL Team 6 and other SEAL teams and other Navy units are basically very successful in taking down and destroying the boats and aircraft and so forth out there, is because I believe the bad military has been removed, right? Has been found out and has been removed. A lot of those guys resigned as well, and went off to leave their lives of, wealth, because they went and worked probably for corrupt companies, and that'll be found out as well, and they'll be shut down as well. But I've seen this over time. I think a lot of that stuff is getting exposed and being taken down. So, all right. So let's go back even further in time to 1953. Iranian Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh was overthrown in a coup orchestrated by the CIA and MI6, the bad MI6 and CIA, right? With, corporate interest. And they took down, that's why on a certain level, they didn't trust America, and why they wanted to hit America, because we took down their prime minister, and everybody knew, right? Everybody knew. And so they talked about how the Shah had killed 100,000 people during the protest. Well, it actually turned out to be like maybe 1,000. So now we're looking at the protest happening, and that's what they're calling it, protest. It's a revolution that's happening in Iran right now. Of course, the lamestream, deep state media is not reporting, or if they report, they're saying, oh, it's just a demonstration. They're demonstrating against their ruble fell. And no, it's a revolution. Of course, it's a deep state that did this, but they're saying, yeah, there's like 500 Iranians have been killed. I think it's thousands, right? So it's the same system, guys, in reverse. So the mainstream, lamestream, deep state media is, for a long time, hasn't reported on this at all. Even though it's on its 16th day, they're just starting to wake up and say, because people like me and Tusi TV and other, people are basically broadcasting this, and people are like, whoa, what's going on? And so this is monumental, what's going on, actually. And so when we brought in, they try and tear it down and take it down and, twist it like they've done everything, like the COVID-19 lie that they did, everything, guys. So why and how this media is still in existence is going to be revealed, I guess. Let them continue to spread lies and disinformation so people can see, just how evil they are. President Trump, when he first came in office, was talking about how evil they were, and everybody's like so shocked. It's like, how could he say that about our press? Freedom of speech, you can't do that. And of course, now everybody's seeing, except for the extremely consciously corrupted MK Ultra, they're pretty much done. The press is done. Hardly anybody watches the press anymore. So that's the way it is right now. So, so will the good CIA and the good Mossad and the good MI6 please stand up and get involved? I think they're doing it. So, and they don't have a choice. They either do or they were basically taken down. All right. So right now we're seeing an all-time high in silver, high hold silver away. And what is it at right now? Let me see. I'm looking at it. It's like way up there. So I know it's like all-time high because I see it past the former all-time high. So right now it looks like it's around 83, 43, and it was a little bit higher. I think it hit 84. So it goes over 84. So I think tomorrow it goes over 84 to 95. This is going to be a zone it's going to be in for a little bit. 84 to 95. And then eventually it's going to push through that. So it'll go up and down, you know how silver does. And so we're going to see $100 silver, I think, within a couple weeks. And then a little bit higher than $100. And then a lot higher in February. All right. We might see 150, maybe 175 to $200 in silver, an ounce in February. By the middle of the year, I predicted it would be 250. I think by the end of this year, it'll be $500. In next year, it'll be 1,200 or more. And in maybe the end of next year, or in the beginning of the year after, we're probably going to see $2,000 silver. That's right, $2,000 silver. Now, at some point, we're going to see $20,000 gold, right? So $2,000 silver, yeah, and a lot higher silver, actually, I believe, going forward. So this is the way of the silver revolution and economics, which is destroying the big bad banks, right? Baddies. The baddie banks are getting crushed all over the world because they were trying to control silver, because silver basically exposes their fiat currencies, right? Which are basically going to go bye-bye. All right, so I'm looking at it. What is it? What is it right now? It's going to go much higher, but right now it is. Come on, show it to me. All right, it won't show me. But I'm looking at it. It looks like 83, almost 84. So now what else? What else we got? All right. Stocks are signaling that another commodity super cycle is afoot in 2026. Of course, we saw one for silver and gold and platinum and palladium and all the other precious metals. Massive super cycle last year. And they're predicting this year, I predict this year, it's going to go much higher, much, much higher. So will Wall Street continue to go up? Maybe not today, but I believe it's signaling that it's going to go up. Now, keep an eye on crypto. If crypto crashes, which is not looking so good, but I think crypto is going to go up. I think the stock market's going to go up. I think silver is going to go up. I think oil is going to go up. Although I think it'll be somewhat suppressed because President Trump is bringing in cheap oil from Venezuela. That'll start to come in here pretty soon. It's already coming in. So I think Chevron has had a deal that I got into last year, thanks to Biden, or was it Biden? Because Biden was never there anyway. But anyway, there was a deal with Chevron, and Chevron has been importing Venezuelan oil, and I think it's going to continue. And I think the Venezuelan people are going to be very happy, but they're going to have a period where they're going to have to get rid of all of the Maduro holdouts. They're threatening the people, and I think that we may have to go in there and do a little cleaning of the house, but we'll see. So keep your eye on crypto. Is crypto going higher? Possibly. Now, January, the end of January, 27, 28, 28th will be the Federal Reserve's decision on cutting rates or holding or raising. There's no way they'll raise it. And I don't think they're going to hold. I think they're going to cut again, 25 basis points. The next time they meet will be March, 6 weeks later, middle of March. I think they cut again. So we'll continue to see the stock market get its crack. That crack is basically lots of money and cheap money, because we're seeing a lot of places it's not so cheap anymore. And with silver going up, it's going to get, it's not going to be so good for the dollar. But if you're in silver, that's great. Now, of course, Kirk Elliott is a guy that I have that I've been recommending for a long time. You want to have silver on hand. All the coin dealerships around this country are finding it very hard to, keep silver in if you can find it, get it. All right. If you have the money, go get some. And if you don't, then, figure out some way to get something, right? So some kind of silver, something. And another way to get silver is to go into the ETFs, SIL and SILJ, right? Both of them basically do stock returns. So I think SIL just paid out, I think it was almost $1 a share. And SILJ, I think, pays out 55 cents a share. So I got a nice little extra bonus that I reinvested. So it's basically an income source. So you put your money in the stocks and you're basically going to get income from it, right? They're going to do, dividend payouts. So that's another good reason to get into that. It's a diversifier, but ideally you want to have a big chunk of your IRA or retirement in depository, all right? And then you want to have silver on hand, a nice chunk. And then the third is the ETFs. Now you can also go into ETFs for I have several ETFs and many different, but stay with those, right? I think those are going to be the best. All right. That's all I got for tonight. Stay in the low vibration. One other thing. California declared drought-free for the first time in 25 years. Where am I at? Right on the border of Nevada and California. So consciousness does have a good thing. So California right now is the only state of all the states. I didn't look at Alaska. Maybe Alaska's drought-free too. I don't know about Hawaii. I'd be willing to bet that Hawaii is in drought in a lot of areas. But
was a year that saw a lot of progress in dismantling the satanic globalist elite. They are very, very close to losing power. And if we play our cards right, we should be able to have a new Bretton Woods type agreement this year. But what we need to understand is that the year started out with Donald Trump trying to reform the United States. They had the Department of Government Efficiency. They were doing all sorts of good things. It was going to take over Canada, take over Greenland, take over the Panama Canal. And suddenly, in June, he disappeared at a G7 meeting. And then since then, we've had the fake short, fat Trump, who presided over one of the largest military defeats in U.S. history. The United States lost 3 aircraft carriers and ran out of missiles. And basically, Israel was militarily finished. And now they're sending me a bunch of fake videos, probably filmed in India, saying that the Iranian regime is going to be overthrown. I don't believe it. Iranian protesters don't go around with CGI-generated English placards, okay? So, they sent me a whole bunch of these videos, but I'm not going to bother sharing them with you. I'm asking my Iranian sources, and I'll get back to you on Monday to see what they say about the situation. But just so you understand why you can't trust anything that you see on your screens, and you should always verify. For example, I appear live in front of real people so they can confirm I'm real. I'm not just CGI. But in any case, take a look at this video showing you what sort of stuff they can do now, and they are doing it. So there's a lot of faker out there, and the last leaders of the failing rules-based world order are lying through their teeth about the real situation. They're faking their economic statistics, and that is going to lead to their downfall. In Germany, I just got sent some information from German intelligence that the Alice Weidel of the AfD, showed 3 documents showing that Friedrich Merz, first of all, he sent a letter to the bureaucracy saying that they must not publish any negative economic news. So they're ordering them to lie about the real situation in Germany, which is awful. And he sent another letter saying that the bureaucracy need to cover up crimes committed by foreigners. And then there was a third letter she presented showing that he was soliciting bribes. So Merz may be the first to fall, but we'll see. In England, Keir Starmer was also found to be taking orders from the EU to bring in foreign criminals to cause chaos in the UK. So again, he may also fall. We will see which one falls first. Although maybe my bet is with the French, because the French are taking serious action, especially the farmers. Take a look at this government buildings completely covered in manure in France. It might be that Brigitte Macron, i.e. Jean-Michel de Rothschild, who's probably the head of the snake, is going to have to go, and then all the dominoes will fall. But also in the United States, the fake Trump, he was overruled by the Supreme Court on sending in the National Guard, and they told him the only thing he could do now was to invoke the Insurrection Act. So this could be a civil war in the United States. But my message to the armed forces of the United States is that your commander-in-chief, Donald J. Trump, was replaced in June by a fraud, and you must not obey that person in the White House. It's not your president. And you need to set up some kind of emergency government to help the United States through this transition. Now, I was also going to call for the arrest of a bunch of people, but I think I'll let Archbishop Carlo Vigano speak for all of us when listen to him, who are still in positions of power.
A dangerous subversive elite has managed to infiltrate the highest levels of Western institutions and governments to implement the criminal plan of the Agenda 2030. In many self-proclaimed democratic states, the voices denouncing this global coup are being silenced through censorship, intimidation, psychiatrization, and even arrest. Among the victims of the totalitarian regime quietly establishing itself in Europe, Canada, Australia, and other vassal nations of the United Nations, NATO, World Health Organization, and World Economic Forum, all private entity funded by the same powers, is lawyer Rainer Fulmich, unjustly imprisoned and still awaiting for a fair trial. His crime is having dared to speak the truth in a world of criminal lies. I call on Catholics and all people of goodwill to raise their voices in defense of those persecuted by the globalist regime. It is not Attorney Fulmich who should be imprisoned, but those who committed the greatest crime ever against humanity: Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, Klaus Schwab, George Soros, Ursula von der Leyen, Albert Bourla, and all their accomplices and emissaries, especially those in institutional positions. Free Rainer Fulmich.
And Archbishop Vigano, I've heard that someone is taking action. There was an explosion in Switzerland that killed over 50 people. And I was told that a very senior member of the globalist elite was killed in that explosion. We don't know who it is yet, but I'm willing to bet it's Larry Fink. But I don't know. I don't have any inside information. All I know is from the CIA that a senior globalist was blown up. And we know that a lot of the globalists are all gathering in Switzerland right now because their financial system is falling apart. They are facing bankruptcy, the entire private central bank cartel. They've run out of gold, and they only managed to keep revive the government, the U.S. government, after 40 days of being shut down by laundering cartel narco money in exchange for silver, and they use that silver to pay the Asians. Now the Chinese have cut off silver, and I don't see how they're going to get past the end of January. We'll see. But remember, the Dragon family is standing by with $100 trillion to help rebuild the West as soon as they get rid of their satanic infection. And take a look at this. If you don't think this is real, take a look at this plaque from the Satanists honoring Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. So you see, the West is satanically infected, and it has to be cured, and that's what we're going to do this year. And there are many ways we can do it, but what each of you can personally do who's watching this is to take your money out of the stock market, get cash, buy real things, try to use this cash as much as possible, but get your money out of their fake financial system. That's very important. That's what you can do. But at a higher level, action is being taken, and a lot of people are going to be removed. We're sure of it. And then we can start. We're hoping that Nigel Farage will be the first leader of the White Hats to take over a major G7 country, and then we're asking him to help convene a new Bretton Woods conference so that we can fundamentally rebuild the post-war international architecture to reflect current realities. We are also calling for a jubilee, a one-off cancellation of debt, a redistribution of assets that were stolen from the people through central bank fraud. That means each of you should get the equivalent of a house, as payment for what they've done to you. And we're also, saying we need to set up a future planning agency so that we are not outcompeted by the Chinese, who have such a system. We need to improve our system of economic governance. Right now, it's run by Satan-worshipping pedophile elites who are blackmailed and who only wish to enrich themselves at the expense of others. They are not trying to, build a better world. They're just trying to enrich themselves at the expense of us. That's no way to run an economic system. We need to hire the smartest people who work for you to make your life better the way you want it to be. That's what we're fighting for. So let's try to do it this year. This has gone on long enough. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. What are your thoughts on the silver export ban from China starting at the beginning of the new year? Is this the final nail in the coffin for the fiat dollar when Western bullion banks are cut off from accessing physical silver?
It could well be. As I said in my talk, the idea is to remove the Khazarian mafia from control of the world's financial system, because that's what decides what we as a species do in the future. And the key to breaking their control is to insist on physical assets and not their paper or their digits on computers. And this is what the Chinese seem to be doing. Cutting them off for anything that's real, and then their whole fake thing will just evaporate. We'll see. But you personally should invest in real things. Get your money out of the bank and buy a car, a house, a stereo, whatever, anything that really exists. That's my advice. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You kind of answered this question already. It looks like a large amount of billionaire investors are pulling out of stocks, citing overvaluation. It seems like you agree with this. If not stocks, what, in your opinion, is the best thing to buy? Is it gold? Is it silver? You did mention property. Are there anything else that you would suggest people invest in?
Well, I think land and housing is the number one. Farmland, so you have a supply of food, because at the end of the day, you can't eat gold and you can't eat silver. And there have been times in the past where no matter how much gold you have, just things that are long lasting. If you don't have a lot of money, maybe just buy a brand new state of the art washing machine or whatever you can afford, but just get something that's real, that will personally improve your own life. That's what I suggest. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You mentioned that the explosion at the bar. How do you think this was done? People are describing it as an instant inferno. Was this a bombing, or does it look like more of an advanced weaponry?
I don't know. I'm still making inquiries, but my suspicion was that this was aimed at a specific individual. And then when I asked my CIA connections, they said a very senior member of the globalist elite was eliminated. And I guess Larry Fink, because either Larry Fink or Bill Gates are prime targets, would have a strong interest in going after these individuals. But I really don't know. I will try to find out. And I don't know how it was bombed either. Again, it's too early, but there's many different ways you can do that. Next question.
Hey, Ben, it looks like China has started to make military moves to invade Taiwan. Do you see this occurring in the near future? And if it does, what does that look like? Who comes to Taiwan's aid? Who backs China? And who wins?
I don't think it's going to come to that. What's going to happen, I believe, the head of the Three-Legged Crow Society in Japan died, and they've now selected a new individual. And I'm guessing that the various royal families of Asia are going to have negotiations that will involve reuniting the Korean Peninsula and then sorting out the Japan, Taiwan, China triangle in a harmonious way. But at the end of the day, I think that what will happen is people from the government in Taiwan will be given a senior role running all of China as part of a unification process. And I believe China or Taiwan will be allowed to keep an independent army. But, they're not, I don't think they're going to actually have a war. It's not going to be necessary. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What are your thoughts on the Minnesota Somali scam? What is actually going on there? Somalia has one of the world's lowest IQs, so I don't buy that they have figured out how to scam the government by themselves. What sort of inside things are occurring inside of our government to allow them to get away with this?
I saw one video of a supposed Somali scammer, and I'm telling you, the guy didn't look Somali. He looked Jewish, okay? Dark skinned, but definitely not. The Somalis have a very distinct appearance. I mean, the differences genetically within Africa are much bigger than anywhere else in the world. So different Africans are more different from each other than the Chinese are from the Europeans, for example. And the Somalis have a very tall, distinct features. And I don't think this has really to do with Somalis, although they may be used as a front. I think this is some kind of scam, and I'll try to look more into it. But I agree with you. I don't think it's actual Somalis, but they may be used as fronts. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself.
New material as the global defense war unfolds. We have retired Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi, former Australian Army Special Forces. Joining us today is retired Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox, retired Army Lieutenant Colonel with extensive experience in logistics, finance, procurement, and large-scale systems management across decades of military and Department of Defense service. Joining us today, of course, is the popular podcaster, incredible service to this country, Michael Jaco, retired veteran Navy SEAL, dedicated a total of 35 years serving the U.S. government in high-risk environments, so you can sleep at night. We also have joining us, of course, is the man that helped me kick this off in conversations of creativity a year or so ago, is our good friend, retired Army Derek Johnson. He's an expert, in my humble opinion, on tabulating and covering the Commander-in-Chief, President Donald J. Trump's laws and orders and current events. That's our panel for today. We have a four panel. This is a panel of experts with military and intelligence careers, again, having served the U.S. and Australia with combat experience as well, to cut through the noise, to help us be informed through their analysis of what is going on in this war and where things are heading. I want to thank you, gentlemen, for your service to this country. I wish you and your family a safe, healthy, and prosperous new year. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here.
Absolute pleasure.
Bear with me. I'm making some adjustments. Thank you, sir. All right, let's jump right into it. A bit of a monologue there to cue up our audience's attention on where it needs to be and to take a chill pill on the big arrest. We kind of just had one, didn't we? Just the same. Let's get into Venezuela. Let's have this panel unpack Venezuela. There are so many angles with which to discuss this event, and we can begin with this aspect of it. And I'll peel some layers back and guide our guests through this. But let's begin with the constitutionality and the legality of Commander-in-Chief Donald J. Trump's actions. The narratives from not only the left, mainstream media and so forth, but as well as from the less grounded target audience within the MAGA movement, stating that President Trump is a war criminal. He's acting without mandate from Congress. He's violating international law, and he's violating the Constitution. We'll begin this panel to weigh in on just that issue. We'll come back in Venezuela in a moment with follow-ups. But let's begin there with retired Lieutenant Colonel, our good friend Ricardo Bossi in Australia. Take that on, sir, if you will.
Thanks, John. Good morning, good evening, all. Great to be here. Okay, let's set the scene. That was a good shaping of the question from that quote from The Guardian, simply because people have to realize this is one long continuous operation, 70 years in the making at least, longer than that if you want to go back that far. So up until this point, many operations have taken place. So to take DJT's actions in isolation now as if they just occurred, we woke up one happy morning and all chaos had broken loose in Venezuela, is naive and uninformed, to say the least. So this is the tail end of a very long, it's been, by and large, ostensibly a special op. There's been conventional forces employed. But what we call, and there's a number of ways to say it, but special operations tasks fall into several categories. I'm not going to give you all of them, but just so you're aware what's been going on today. What we call special collection operations, gathering information. That can be reconnaissance, surveillance, dialogues, interviews, espionage, HUMINT, ELIN. There's a number of ways of collecting the data that needed to be used to take these steps. And bear with me, I know there's a slow answer to your question. There have been direct action operations, which is the delivery of kinetic effects behind the scenes, clandestine, covert, kinetic work being done as well throughout the years. And as you know, I've said before, a guerrilla war, which is largely what the White Hats have been fighting, stays underground and then transitions to conventional in order to have that final victory. Special protection operations, protecting personnel, protecting facilities. That's been going on as well. Support operations of various sorts. There's so many support operations that special ops do. And there's also the unconventional warfare, insurgency, counterinsurgency, foreign internal defense. All these operations, and you can look them up online to get a bigger breakdown, but all these things have been taking place in preparation for this last phase. Now, what is this last phase? And as I said, a guerrilla war has to transition to conventional, above the ground, obvious actions to finally win. And that's what we're seeing now, this kinetic aspect of it. And what we're going through now is a global recovery operation. It's a siege hostage situation. You've got to look at the entire planet as one siege hostage situation. It's like a huge block of flats, and every room is a separate country. There's multiple floors in this block of flats, and every room is a separate country, and every room has a terrorist holding hostages. And what the White Hats have had to do is look at this complex target, this block of flats with 100+ rooms, and each room has people in it, and they have terrorists holding them hostage. And the people don't even know they're being held hostage. They're just there. They're being fed. They're being entertained. They're being told whatever they need to know, and they don't know they're hostage. And so the White Hats have had to, over a long period of time, conduct their preliminary operations to understand the scope, scale of what's been going on. And now they're ready to conduct this recovery. Now, the reason I gave you that long introduction is this. The mission is always the same, to save the lives of the hostages. It's to save the lives of the hostages, because what that does, that narrows significantly the options open to the assault force. There's a famous case where an aircraft was on the tarmac, I think it was in Germany, and they attacked the aircraft burnt to the ground. Not a successful operation. So for those of you who have been patiently for something, this is the point. This global recovery operation, this global siege hostage situation, The mission is to save the lives of the hostages. Hence, the what appears to be slow. Now, the first part I wanted was the recovery bit, and the mission is to save the lives of the hostages. What follows is stability, and stability meaning to the re-establishment of a functioning system, and predicated on something that'll make sure it never happens again. And that word is sovereignty. So they're the two words or phrases that you need to get to while we discuss the entire show today, from my perspective anyway. Save the lives of the hostages and sovereignty. Save the lives and sovereignty. Now, they seem like one's tactical and one's strategic, and it seems odd. But unless we bear those two words in our minds throughout, it doesn't really make sense. Now, the constitutionality of what DJT has done. As I said, this has been the continuation of an operation. We also know that it appears to be unconstitutional. It appears to be a war that has not been declared by the Congress, which is required by your Constitution. But the Constitution hasn't declared war for a long time, and yet actions have been taken by any number of presidents. The Korean War, for example, was a police action. It wasn't a war, believe it or not. You tell the soldiers that fought there that was a police action and not a war. And so the finery of whether the DJT has been authorized to execute what appears to be the invasion of a sovereign nation without due cause and without legal justification. Well, we know that this is a continuation of an operation. We know that the grounds for his actions are predicated on the fact that he is actually running this corporation, this continuity from the corporation, from this corporation to this continuity of operations. He is actually running a war. He is a wartime president. That was declared. So there is no illegality about it. And you would have heard us say many, many times on this show that the legal underpinnings of every action by the White Hats is key. And so they've got there. I guess that's a way to set the tone for: is it legal? Is it okay? Is what he's doing above board? Absolutely, by every metric. And I'll probably leave it there for the time being.
Well, thank you very much, and that's a great metaphor or analogy, if you will, that you walked us through in that dialogue, and I hope that helps everybody put this into perspective. We're going to come back to you, Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi, in a moment. I've got a B and a C follow up on Venezuela, but before we go there, let's take the same question to the panel. Colonel Lennox, President Trump is a war criminal. He's acting without a mandate from Congress. He's violating international law. He's violating the Constitution. What's your opening statement about that and Venezuela in general?
Well, I would go back to the Monroe Doctrine in 1800s, where Mr. Monroe said that any foreign nation attempting to do anything in this hemisphere would be subject to United States pressure. That has not changed. The foreign intervention in Venezuela justifies going in, and it is a constitutional thing because it was established by a former president who did the same thing. The people who object the most are the 60 senators who are getting their money from Venezuela. It's pretty straightforward. They get a whole lot of money from the leadership in Venezuela, and they don't like the fact that Trump is going in there and cleaning up getting their money. If we go back in a little bit of history, we could find out that the Rockefellers actually controlled Venezuela for many, many years by running the oil and then selling it back to them after they refined it in Barbados. So there are so many things about this, and plus the CIA has been running Venezuela for years and years for the drugs, the human trafficking, the oil, and the people. So when we look at it, we're actually taking our own people out of there, and we're cleaning up what's been going on for years and years and years. Sovereignty, which Ricardo talked about, is critical for people, all people. And what we're doing is recreating that sovereignty. And when we talk about the birth certificate next week, we'll talk a lot about sovereignty and what that means. That's pretty much a summary of what I see. I see nothing wrong with what he's doing.
Thank you, sir. Michael Jaco, again, we're going to plow into a lot of different aspects on this in a moment, but address, if you will, the issue at hand here, the challenges that are being put forward by the left and by, again, the less grounded target audience, if you will, about the unconstitutionality of the president's moves. I want to put this to bed.
Yeah, we can go back to Panama, the Panama invasion. I was involved in that with SEAL Team 6, hunting for Noriega. Noriega basically said that he was going to restrict us from using the Panama Canal. So, of course, we were like, well, that's not going to happen since we built that. And so we protected our interest, and we went in and made sure we had control of that canal. So we took him out of office, and things progressed very well after that. I remember walking through the streets in Panama City and people coming out and applauding and very, very happy that we had come in and done that. Venezuela will probably get that at some point. I hear that they're kind of locked down by this regime still. Delta came in and did an amazing job. I guess they went through about 32 Cuban bodyguards. By saying they went through 32, I'm talking about they eliminated 32 Cuban bodyguards. And just as Maduro was closing his very thick steel door, he was stopped just before he did that. Now, we've heard that Democrats were trying to alert him. So we're going to see a lot more of that reveal coming up. It's a problem. Obviously, we're talking about how cartel members are probably starting to run and hide, because they're like, in 3 minutes, they basically took down one of their top guys. And that's going to happen probably 4 more going forward. So the Chinese are down in South America in a big way. President Trump has talked about how they have ports in Panama. And I've heard that they had statues and so forth, and the Panamanians are turning them over. They're getting ready to exit from Panama. So the whole, Central and South America is moving in the right direction. Today, the Venezuelan stock market was up massively. So it's a lot of people are happy about this. Now, President Trump has said Cuba is going to be going soon. I hear that the Cubans are celebrating as well because of that. Colombia will also be at issue because their president, like Noriega, like, come and get me. Maduro, come and get me. And now we have the president of Colombia say, come and get me. I think he's going to be not very long for that office. So this is President Trump. When he makes a promise, he keeps it. He is a man of his word. And we're going to see Central and South America cleaned up. And even going to Iran, we're going to see that get cleaned up as well. So it's a worldwide event that's happening that all of us are seeing. It's very clear to us. So very, very positive time.
You bet. Thank you. And we're going to jump into some of the countries you mentioned and some others in a moment. Take the same question to Derek Johnson, the illegality of President Trump's moves. What would you like to say to your target audience?
The one time that I should have been ranked higher than these guys, but it didn't work out that way. I could have teed them up big time. But President Trump always says, be careful what you wish for. And it's applicable to every situation. Follow the money. All right, so they followed the money. Maduro was put there by whom? Obama. All right, that was 2013. Dominion system, all this ties into the image you had up, the 13848 executive order. President Trump, as soon as they took Maduro, President Trump started posting all on True Social about the voting, Georgia, Wisconsin, different places. And then people got to remember, we put sanctions on Venezuela. So a sanction would be like putting a judgment on someone in a court, right? Well, then you get to collect from that. So that's what we're doing. We're collecting that oil. And there's a quote that President Trump said, I cannot remember when, but there was a time that he said specifically last year where he said specifically, why didn't we take the oil? And he was talking about Iraq. Well, to the average listener, right, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, but especially a Democrat, they would say that, oh, it was all about oil. You listen to what President Trump said. He doesn't make mistakes. He's very keen on terminology. Why didn't we take the oil? He was talking about we, meaning like past tense. So nothing to do with him, nothing to do with present or future tense. He's talking about past tense with Iraq. Why didn't we take the oil? The United States of America. Wow, that is a big allusion to whom? Obama, right? The Bidens, Bushes, etc., all the way back. So he's telling you that all these wars in the past were not about taking the oil. He said, if we're going to go in there, why don't you take the oil from them? Because that's one of the key things that keeps them functioning in these nations, how they operate. Money. Money rules the world, right? All right, then go back to 2017 to 2021. The capitulations. Every single one of these operations are operations. They're not wars. And a lot of people out there saying about a war criminal. Well, it actually has to be a war to be anything in that sort. These are strikes, strategic strikes, and strategic operations. And what these people are lacking are the executive orders. Well, guess what? Every single one of these strikes, Iran, Yemen, Venezuela, Ukraine, those are all executive orders from Obama all the way back to Carter. All right, so they're all carrying a national emergency. It's not a national emergency anymore after it's 40 plus years old. The oldest national emergency right now is 1979, which, not going to make everybody feel old here, is older than me. All right, so it's not a national emergency anymore. All right, so all of these operations. Last spring, no one was yelling about Yemen. We were just as much involved, our military, with Yemen. You didn't hear any of these people out there. So they're showing their colors that they only react to what they're told to react to. And then this is your meat of the subject right now. National emergency. Everything that President Trump is working with, he's taking everything that they did. Be careful what you wish for. Right? He's taking everything that Congress did to limit the president on what his constitutional duties are, simultaneous and side by side with the Congress. In 1973, overriding a presidential veto, Congress passed the new War Powers Resolution Act and made it to where a president had to declare a national emergency and in 48 hours had to alert the Congress on his use of military. He had 60 days and then a 30-day withdrawal period, a total of 90 days. After that 90 days, there had to be a congressional authorization to use the military anymore. We have a congressional authorization. Everybody out there talking about Congress has to have an authorization for President Trump to be doing this. We have that. Title 50, Chapter 33, which is your War Powers Resolution Act, Chapter 33, Section 1550. It was put there December the 20th, 2019 by a Democratic-controlled House of Representatives where Nancy Pelosi was the Speaker of the House and a Republican-controlled Senate. It was part of the National Defense Authorization Act. All right. Then President Trump played all these people for fools again. He got them out there chanting no kings and all this thing. We went 77 days from no kings to they're taken up for a dictator. And he got them all out there chanting that law enforcement should be involved with this. Well, what did it say? What did his official post say? That Maduro is in the hands of whom? Law enforcement? Well, they'll probably start chanting real soon again that this is not our duty, not their jurisdiction, like they did with the National Guard being in the city streets, which there's an answer for that militarily. Joint Publication 3-57. Go to page 46 in it. It specifically says that generally you don't want Title 10 Department of now War, then Defense, as it'll read in that book. but it says generally you don't want Department of Defense military involved with civil unless, and that's the terminology everybody has to listen to. Unless what? It says unless deemed by who? Congress or the Constitution. Well, there's your deeming. If you want to be slang and be funny here and be lightful, but also, hey, this is all you need to know. Title 50, Chapter 33, Section 1550 is that congressional authorization. So President Trump is not a war criminal, but as Jaco and everybody else alluded to here, this has been planned strategically for a long time. And this is the cleanup process. This is what we call our licking the chops. And Jaco here, being the Navy SEAL, I had to smile when I heard Delta Force and I saw the image of the guys with the lights out. When the lights go out, baby, it's game over. Right? So all this, that's your visual that all this had been taken care of. So when the lights go out, it's night for the bad guys.
Thank you, Derek. And to our audience, if you're running into challenges in your life and social circles, social media, and so forth about the issue of the lack of constitutional authority and so forth and the president, send them this segment. We're going to start with Derek and work our way in reverse now. Derek, while this, and I may be barking up the wrong tree, you can set me straight. While this is part of the operation, I, for one, have seen many, shall we say, oddities concerning the events. We're talking about Maduro, the arrest, the whole situation. I've seen many oddities concerning these events as they are shown to us on the news and on social media. Now, that's what we get to see. That's what we get to watch. How scripted is this? And is this, once again, something that perhaps to an extent has already occurred? And once again, we are watching a movie. Am I barking up the wrong tree? Any comments about that aspect of what we just saw unfold? We'll start with Derek Johnson.
Could be. What's been brilliant about all this is the fact that there's a hybrid warfare that's been going on. There's been a lot of irregular warfare, unconventional warfare, asymmetrical warfare, guerrilla warfare, and you integrate all that together. It's called hybrid warfare, which means you can use different kind of tactics. But basically, yes, most of it's been scripted, most of it's been strategic, all right, meaning pre-planned. But sometimes there could be where you keep someone on the playing field because they may be someone who, it may not be a high target, but they may be someone that can play into this and have a guilty conscience, tell on someone, and you trap them and you funnel them. And I like to use the verbiage where everything's a Trump wall, where you funnel them into a wall. And that's why President Trump has used a lot of the verbiage with the law of war manual and the law of land warfare, like occupied territory. He calls it occupied country, white flag of surrender, and actually it's the white flag of truce, and then puppet government, government exile, and then the word restoration. The term restoration is found in the law of land warfare. So he's used all those terms for the last 9 years, and the media has as well. Those are your comms, as we call them, to show you that this is all straight up military publications, military law, and most of it's scripted, but it can be to where, like let's just for example, like we were talking about a while ago, Venezuela, Yemen, Ukraine, Congo, all these nations are in executive orders from Obama and back, Iran. So it could be to where it would be a live action, but most of these, I'm willing to bet from the high up, most of these have already taken place, such as the Iran situation, because that would have required a lot of cleanup, especially with the nuclear. And that's also, dangerous for everybody involved as well. It has to be very strategic, very planned out. But other things like President Trump and the media. I've been around real President Trump. I know the people that know real President Trump, and the people that people think that the man that everybody thinks they're seeing, is a double. But that's just using, and Jaco can allude to this depending on how much he can and could. But that's just the CIA. They've been using this for years. And it's just basically using tactics that are there. It's kind of like guerrilla warfare. JFK said this in 1962. He said that our military needed to be dominant in guerrilla warfare because our enemy would be. And if we're not dominant, then the enemy will be. So guerrilla warfare, a lot of civilians hear that and they automatically think bad. And a lot of our warfare, it can be good when it's good, but it's worse when it's bad. It's never bad when it's bad. It's worse when it's bad. But our enemy dominates with that. So some of this is scripted, some of it's live, but like the Congress, they're all still under a partial continuity government. But it's still, you have to see who's going to do what as we move forward. You have to see who can be compromised. So all these guys here, and all of us, if we didn't know each other, let's just say this, but if we didn't know each other, but we're all secret military, how would we know each other in the room? Well, we would know each other by simple measures because of tactics that we all know and skill sets we all have, right? And the skill sets that especially these men right here have, because they have them a lot more years than I have and a lot more operations, but they can find the hiccups of someone who doesn't have that because they are that skilled. So some of these you want to leave open and let them trip up because it'll lead to, like Lieutenant Colonel Bosey was saying, more hostages, the children who have been under the tunnels. It can lead to more things. So it's an open playing field. Some of it's scripted, some of it can still be live for those various reasons.
Thank you, Derek. Michael Jekyll, yeah, same sort of question. How much is scripted? And I'll throw this in the mix. Some folks out there are saying that Maduro's already been done away with some years ago, and we're watching sort of an actor in its place. Along the lines of that sort of dialogue, do you care to comment on this, Michael?
Yeah, that's a possibility. Now, Derek mentioned JFK in 1962. That's when the Navy SEALs were started. Nice. So, in the Panama invasion, like I was involved in, now we're seeing Delta was involved there. Now we're seeing Delta go in and do this hit. Delta's gone in and done a lot of stuff that no one knows about. Right. So, from my training and from my, view, I can see a lot of these things happening. Now, Osama bin Laden, it could have been a double that was playing his role, which didn't turn out so good for that double, if that's the case, because I saw the real-time footage, just like President Trump was talking about. He was watching real-time footage. So there's a lot of, play acting that goes on a lot of times. We saw OBL, a lot of different looking OBLs over the years. Maybe if we look at Maduro, we'll see some different ones. I don't know. But another thing that President Kennedy was doing was bringing in silver during his administration. And I believe we're going in that direction again. So breaking down monetary systems, coming in and, closing out systems that are running down in South America and Central America with, like we talked about, China. China's down there in force. The Cubans were obviously there in force. That's all getting cleaned up all through all of those countries. And we're going to see, like President Trump was talking about, we're going to start to control the oil. And that's an asset of the United States. All of the, trading that's going on right now, most of the countries in South America right now are trading with China over United States. So we're protecting our interest. It's going to continue. We're going to clean that up. There's no problem with free trade, but China's taking advantage of that on a massive level. And I think as we move forward, we're going to see more and more of that. Now, as far as Maduro, I looked at, very suspect. He seemed to be in like several different outfits when they brought him in. So staged, obviously staged movements. So when you see him in, he was in his like on the aircraft, he's in a certain uniform. He's got his blackouts and his headphones on, so he can't see or hear what's going on. And then you see him walking. It looks like going across a beach in another like blue jumpsuit or something. It's crazy. And then you see him going through the ICE headquarters. He's in another outfit. So these are all staged movements, for the camera. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't, or someone like him wasn't taken. And we know that there was heavy intel down there on him. They knew everything about his movements, his dogs, what he ate, everything about, his quarters. Delta is exceptional, as well as SEAL Team 6 at, rehearsing for these types of events. So they probably had a mock-up of his home, and the guys were like doing that, for months of training, I guarantee you. So that's the way we operate. So when you go in and you do these missions, it's very, very surgical, very quick, very precise. And I wish I'd been there. It must have been amazing. So, as we move forward, we're going to see more. We may even see them. I don't know if we're going to go in this direction, but we may even see them in some of the cities, because we're seeing Colorado is basically, really pushing back on President Trump really hard. They're breaking the law. And I joked, not really joked, but I said probably well over a month ago, 6 weeks ago or so, that I wouldn't be surprised to see SEAL Team 6 guys or Delta guys go in and do a rescue mission in Colorado. So we'll see, how things move. I think things are going to move along very quickly. The fraud is being exposed and so forth throughout the United States. That's going to bring attention to election theft, and that'll probably bring around an executive order, emergency executive order for President Trump to push out the military to make sure we have fair elections going forward.
Thank you, Michael, for bringing clarity on the Maduro moves and the staging and the identifying of different clothing as part of that staging. That's great stuff. We're going to come and talk about some other issues pertaining to Venezuela. We're going to get into a completely different subject. And you mentioned silver, Michael. We're going to close out on the currencies of the world and the issue with the central bank and the silver moves as well. Same question to Colonel Lennox. Stage, scripted. What's your weigh in on this event as it's unfolding?
Given the way Trump has operated over the last 10 years, 12 years, I would say that it was scripted. I had heard the other day that Maduro was arrested in 2021 under the continuation of government by Trump. We have actors, 200,000 of them, playing different people. And the senators who are so upset about Venezuela, most of them are probably actors based on certain things that I've read over the last couple of years. So the whole idea of a movie is you want to get people ready for the finale. And this Venezuela is part of getting ready for the finale. And I see, we can bring in masks on all these people and nobody would be able to tell that they were not the real thing. I think it's mostly scripted because it already happened.
As I speculated, thanks to the panel for weighing in on that. Ricardo, Lieutenant Colonel Bosi, if you want to weigh in on this issue, I'm sure you have some valuable contributions. We've lost your audio, sir. Producer and
thanks. No, I agree with I agree with all the comments so far, without a doubt. It's mostly scripted, if not entirely scripted. And if people have difficulty comprehending that idea, just look at the NFL. The entire season is planned out, every pass, every catch, whether somebody gets injured or not, and when they get injured, and they just accept it. And it's played out. So if you do that with a football match, with the resources that they have, you can imagine You can imagine what the US government can do in terms of scripting an operation. Yeah, Maduro and the rest were taken down some time ago. It didn't mean brave things weren't done by brave people. Of course they were. There was still a job to be done. But you're not going to put the actors on stage and pull the curtain back until you've rehearsed it, so the performance is flawless. And there's no room for error here. And so it's been, if not entirely scripted, then certainly mostly scripted. And if you want another clue to that, I think DJT was quoted as saying, as he was watching the live feed, it's almost like watching a TV show. There you go. What I don't think was scripted, for example, though, was the vision coming out of Venezuela of people in the streets hugging, crying, cheering, and celebrating their freedom. And that's go back to this block of units I was telling you about, so condominiums, 100 rooms, terrorists holding people in each room. Well, each of the terrorists has been replaced, but the people inside don't know that, and they're going to say, you can go now, and they're going to go, fantastic. And so, yeah, mostly scripted, if not entirely, but hard work still had to be done by some very talented people. So I'm not dismissing. People shouldn't get the idea that this was all very easy. I don't know. It was very difficult, very complex, and ultimate professionalism to execute it as they have done so.
Thank you, sir. You know, I interviewed Patrick Byrne a couple of months ago on Conversations of Consequence, the other broadcast show that I produce, and he actually broke some news there and stated it as breaking news. Of course, he later went on to Emerald Robinson and really unpacked it all about what was going on in Venezuela and the mission he and others were on, and took great risk in their life in delivering this intel to and for the world. So off the heels of that, why did we take down Maduro? We'll start with Ricardo, sir. Why did we take down Maduro? What are some of the benefits? Because they aren't, as I connect the dots, there's a lot of benefits and revelations to come from this operation that we're really at the tip of the iceberg on. So I guess the concise question is, what are the takeaways? What are the benefits and revelations that we're going to learn about, are learning about, and action steps that will be taken? And does it have global impact?
Well, so focusing on why Maduro. Venezuela, we know it's the center for global election fraud, the narco dollars that are funding everything on the planet is one of the major sources for that. And we can talk in more detail later, because we know that the cabal only uses two things to get people to do what they want. One is to pray to their god, Satan. The other is the money. And that's why the money is key. That's why Great Britain had its opium war with China. It was all about generating profit, because money buys whatever you want. Countries, sultans, you name it. That's what makes the world go around, quite literally. But let's focus more forensically on why Maduro, the man. Why was he taken down? Is he some sort of cabal bigwig with the control of this operation? Absolutely not. Like every other national leader that you can see on your screen, he's nothing but a puppet. Nothing but a puppet. But what's important was what the message here was very, very clever. They took down an individual as a result of legitimate criminal activities against the United States, but they left the rest of the regime in place. Now, why is that important? Because this is not regime change, old school CIA cabal. This is very, very different. This is saying, you're a crook, we're going to take you and we're going to lock you up. Now, the fact they've taken Maduro some time ago and he spilled the beans, that's a separate issue. But as far as the show is concerned, every other country on the planet watching this will see the corrupted leaders frog marched away in manacles, but the people will still have the opportunity to choose the leadership for themselves. And this is fundamentally important to what the world is about to experience. The Venezuelan government is still in charge. The deputy has been sworn in. There's this continuity. Everybody's happy. The Americans aren't the big bad wolf. They're the knights in shining armor. They're actually pulling out the individual that's caused problems. And his predecessor, Hugo Chavez, the communist dictator that retired with billions of dollars in his pocket, again, not because he's some sort of genius, again, just another puppet. And if I could just embarrass someone internationally, please, let me just take a small step aside. We have this piece of filth in Australia called Philip Adams. Now, Philip Adams made his money in advertising, so the man has no soul. And then he promptly spent the next many years on the staff of the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, otherwise known as the Australian Bolshevik Collective. And he for years has been telling us that we should take a leaf out of Hugo Chavez's book. He said that Hugo Chavez, what he was doing for Venezuela, our political leaders should do for Australia. Now, the reason I mention that is of no interest to anybody else on the planet, but Australia's got to wake up and realise that the most trusted faces on the public broadcast are nothing but communists whose entire purpose was to destroy this nation. Okay, the government is still in place. They've sworn in the deputy. It's not regime change. And it comes back to this, the people have to choose. And DJT actually said the opposition leader is no good because she hasn't got the trust of the people. Why? Because she didn't win the election. Now, do we know the election was rigged? Yes. Would she have won? Probably. Not the point. What is going on here is this, as Michael said, these are a series of operations. And this is very specifically focused with limits of exploitation, very strict limits beyond which they could not go. Let's remove the problem and then let the country re-establish its own destiny. Now, this ties to the national security strategy, which has been published, and we keep reminding, get online, look it up, read it. This is the plan they're following. This is what you've got to understand. And everything that Trump has done fits into this document quite nicely. And so this is now the model of what we'll see around the rest of the planet. We've seen simultaneously a lot of military air movements, particularly in the United Kingdom and elsewhere. And we're going to see the same model, I believe, where corrupted leaders are pulled out. Legitimacy of the government must be re-established. So, sanitizing of the electoral process and a free and fair election if that is necessary, if the processes are there. We know that every government is under control. There hasn't been a government on this planet that has not been under control. Whether it's a national, state, local, councils, you name it, all under control. But it's not regime change. It is removing a problem and then allowing the people the opportunity to now decide for themselves their destiny. And this comes back to this sovereignty issue. It's all about choice. And you're going to hear a lot of that word a lot, choice. If people are sovereign, if they are the source of law, which we hold that they are, then people are free to make a choice. Now, if they want to elect another communist, hey, fill your boots. But if another communist gets in and starts doing the narco trafficking again, you're going to get the same result. But this is where the White Hat plan is quite exquisite. Pull out the problem, get rid of it, and allow the people the ability to start re-establishing their own destiny. And this is, again, bit by bit, we'll see this rolled out across the planet. Different countries, situations, so it won't be necessarily a military action. For example, in Australia, you wouldn't need a military action. All you need is the Governor-General to dissolve the Parliament, which she is authorised and required to do if it acts unconstitutionally. She's required by our Constitution to warn them. If they continue, then she dissolves the Parliament. There's a precedent for this. There is not a problem with it. She appoints an executive council, which is the equivalent of a cabinet. The Constitution actually says an executive council. We colloquially refer to as a cabinet, an executive council to then run the affairs of state under her direction for 3 months before they are required to face an election. So different countries will have different means of achieving the same objective. Remove the problem and re-establish a process where the people can determine their own sovereign destiny.
Excellent. What a process about to unfold here. And to the gentleman you referred to in Australia, whose name I didn't retain, birds of a feather comes to mind since he's favoring the policies of Hugo Chavez. That should be a wake-up call for the Australians. Mike, where are we going here? We're going to, let's see, we started with Ricardo. Lieutenant Colonel Lennox, you care to weigh in on the benefits and revelations that are coming from this operation in Venezuela? We've discussed elections and some other aspects. Any contribution to that aspect of this?
I think the biggest one is getting a hold of the computers that control the computers that Venezuela has distributed.
Yes.
And the I saw something the other day that the intelligence chief of Venezuela has given all of the information about all of the election systems and all of the other things that have gone on in Venezuela to the U.S. because he doesn't want to hang, because he directed all of those things. And I really like the fact that we're going to find out what 60 senators were drawing their paycheck from Venezuela, since they were elected that way. And I don't have a whole lot on that other than the fact that we found the equipment. We know where it is. We know what it is. We know what the problems are. And we've got the whistleblowers to tell us exactly how the software and the hardware work together to rig elections.
Very critical. Thank you. Yeah, very important. Thank you, sir. Michael Jaco, same question. Benefits, revelations from the operation.
Yeah, I think the benefits are going to be phenomenal. I know that after they went in and they seized the computers and so forth from Osama bin Laden, there was a lot of things that happened after that. I was working for the CIA at the time, so I was privy to a lot of activity that went around a world, taking down cells and so forth. So that was a benefit. So those guys going in, why did it take as long as it did? Because I can tell you, it's probably they could have been out of there a lot faster. We're probably seizing some information as well from that his mansion, and brought some of that back. So that's going to be very insightful. We're going to see even all the way back to Hugo Chavez, the election fraud that was coming from Venezuela. And how many people are in office or were in office because of election fraud. That's going to be exposed. The drug cartels that have been funding a lot of our congressmen and senators, not just in Washington, D.C., but also throughout almost all the states, governors, and so forth. That's going to be exposed. So there's going to be a lot of people that are going to, they're not going to be very happy, and they're going to fight. So watch who pushes back the hardest, all right? Who has the most to lose? That's where you need to, because most people like myself and everyone in this group, we're like, this is fantastic. Everyone should be, this is fantastic. We're stopping the drugs from coming into the United States. Now, I'm also seeing what we're, all of these setups that are going to be exposed. Now, if we look at in Australia, where we had the Bondi Beach, false flag event, we're going to start to see a lot of that get exposed. How these guys come in and do these false flags. This is going to be part of, I think, the operations that we're seeing right now. So if you look at the dates, 14 December. 14 December was also Sandy Hook. So you start to see how they basically just do the same operations over and over and over again. Now, when I was in Australia, SEAL Team 6, working with the Australian SAS, they had the Port Arthur massacre. And I remember the guys were saying, they're going to take away our guns. This is a bullshit, another false flag. They were saying it back then. So we can see through these things, but most people unfortunately can't. So that's why I enjoy coming on and doing these shows, because we really expose a lot of stuff in these shows. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and the rest of our panel, very much on behalf of everyone around the world listening to this. These are important monthly broadcasts that we do, and nobody knows better than these gentlemen about these operations, because they ran in these operations, of course, for the benefit of the human race versus the other side. They know, and so our audience really needs to listen. This is a panel of military and intelligence experts, and I can't thank you enough. I want to pedal back real quick to something Colonel Lennox said. It reminds me of, and don't maybe I'm off on the percentage, but I think it was Julian Assange who reminded us a while back, and I'm sure those clips can be found, that 95% of Congress will be said and done, when it's all said and done, gone because of all the crimes and things they've been involved in. And you raise that point as it relates to Venezuela. You keep referring to the 60 congressmen and women that have lined their pockets off the backs of the Venezuelan people. So I'm glad you raised that issue. Derek Johnson, let's you want to say
Can
something?
we add to that
Yes,
a little
please.
bit?
Hmm?
Tim Kaine is a senator from Virginia, and he's screaming loudest because he spent time many years ago in South America as a Jesuit in the Roman Catholic Church. And he trained youth in Latin America. And so he's screaming loudest because he's probably getting the most money. And when we look at that and we see that, my wife keeps asking me, how come Kaine's showing up all over the place? That's why, because that's where his money
Makes sense.
comes from.
You know, I think of our good friend Scott McKay, Patriot Street Fighter. He uses the term quite often, smoke out operation. You've got this sort of just as an added benefit to the operation in Venezuela. It's a smoke out operation in the seats and halls of Congress and all over this world. Fascinating observations. Derek, take this on, and we're going to move into some new territory. Benefits and revelations coming from the operation as it's unfolding in Venezuela.
Well, I'm going to add to what he said before I hop on that and add to Kaine. The very first person to allude to the War Powers Resolution Act was Kaine. All right. And then also Bernie Sanders just said we need to, Congress needs to reassert themselves. Reassert and assert are two different terminologies, ladies and gentlemen. Reassert, he said they need to make an amendment to end this. In what? Right. So that's perfect analogy to smoke out. And the one who crows the loudest and is screaming the loudest that someone else is doing something over here, they're trying to cover something up. Right. So that's all scripted. It's all part of it. Well, getting to back to Maduro, same kind of concept. We know for a fact that he was put into place in 2013. It all ties into the good versus evil. But keep in mind, again, remember before we go any further, that President Trump said this in 2020 election. Then he said, we have it all. We've caught them all. All right. So that shows you that majority of this is scripted. All right. That doesn't mean that the operations didn't take place, but it's like Lieutenant Colonel Bosey said, the operations did take place, right? The manpower, all the military is doing what they were doing. That did take place. That's not taken away from that. But when you talk about clandestine and covert, it's all underground until we want you to see it. So that's the key thing with that. So Maduro being put into place, it's not a regime change. It's a regime destruction. All right. And it's exposure to the hierarchy of what this deep state, the cabal, as we call them, the swamp that President Trump is draining. All right, I always tell people that there's a saying that I added in my book. It says chaos plus division equals power acquisition. All right. And it still goes back to good versus evil. People always ask me all the time, like, why do you guys fight so hard? And I said, well, somebody has to for you. Right. Somebody has to be the good in the world. And the Bible shows us that. The good word shows us that. Somebody has to be that good. Somebody has to be that light. We choose to be that light. All right. And then the other thing to show people is this, is that wars and power always revolve around the same swinging doors. Power is the key word. But then under that umbrella, it's always resources, territory, and money. That's what everything revolves around. And the Bible tells you it's not money that's the root of all evil. It's the lust of money that's the root of all evil. And so you see all these different people around the world, the parties, and just like Lieutenant Colonel Bosey was talking about the NFL, look at all these people playing a sport for a living, right? Making hundreds of millions of dollars to catch a pigskin, right? That maybe you played in your backyard. But then they'll turn around and tell you how bad life is sometimes and all these other things. And it's like, give me a break. So Maduro being put into place, it could be a situation where we don't know what was scripted. We don't know what the real Maduro, he may have been tired of being the dictator. He may spill all the beans and back, where he's detained. All right. We all know this, even in regular criminal cases. You separate all the people, and every one of them, it depends on how good that psychological operation is. And you get in there, and that detective or whoever it is saying, hey, your buddy's right over here spilling all the beans on you. They may spill all the beans on them. So it could be a lot of that. And that's why I tell people all the time, they can still be evil, sure, but they can still have a guilty conscience and spill all the beans. And I think that Maduro is going to spill the beans on the voting systems. All right. And then Lieutenant Colonel Bosey held up the national security strategy. I highly recommend everybody read that. It's very key that you read it. It's a lot of things you need to read, but the national security strategy. And then Lieutenant Colonel Lennox was talking about the Monroe Doctrine, 1823. All right. And President Trump talks about the Monroe Doctrine, but then the Western Hemisphere, right? That is in the terminology of the Monroe Doctrine, but it's also found in Executive Order 13919, which came after the congressional authorization. It specifically mentions the Western Hemisphere, enhanced counter-narcotics operation in the what? Western Hemisphere in 2020. So all this started way back then. And then the Indo-Pacific Agreement. People wonder why we have interests everywhere else as well. It all ties in because this is all of their playing ground. And you alluded to, we're going to talk about the central banks. All this ties in. It's bringing down the whole network of all of their systems, right? One by one, piece by piece, strategically, in the domino effect, but also in the 5D master chess that not only President Trump is, but our generals and our admirals and other people that you see here on the panel, different people who are secret military, et cetera, everybody who's pulling their weight where you're supposed to, right? So there's that. The capitulations, they all tie in. All the nations that capitulated show who came aboard with President Trump in this plan. Because when President Trump walked in there, ladies and gentlemen, this is no disrespect whatsoever to our commander-in-chief, but President Trump was able to do that because of the plan behind him. He was able to walk in and say, you better get on board, or when the lights go out, it's night-night, right? So, and we found out who did. Ukraine didn't, Yemen didn't, Venezuela didn't, Iran didn't, all right? And we found out who did, and we can name those for days. But the voting systems, something as simple as the swing states. The swing states in the United States, that is that hierarchy that they made. That's how they knew, kind of like the NFL, scripted. That's how they knew these states would come down to the battleground states before the election. How did they know that? See, that's something that simple through the years that they pulled over everybody. But to show that this is also a scripted operation and it's been well planned out, the voting systems, Executive Order 13848 with the national emergency that was declared September the 12th, 2018. All right, quote unquote, Joe continued that all throughout 21 to 25, just to hand right back to President Trump, January the 20th, 2025. Why would Joe Biden continue an executive order with a national emergency for election interference? And also, every one of our military guys here can attest to this. Military orders with the congressional authorization are not continuation orders, because when a president does that, it does require that 90-day window in a congressional authorization. The National Guard have been active cybersecurity teams for the 2018 election, 2020 election, 2022 election, and 2024 elections. Knowing that they're not continuation, but let's just be hypothetical for a moment, and let's just say that they ignored that. Then why would Joe Biden have the National Guard cybersecurity teams collecting real data and real voting time? Because that's what the cybersecurity teams do. They're getting the real data and the real numbers, and they're also finding who's trying to hack, who's trying to add, who's trying to delete. Why would they do that? So that's all validated. And no other time have we used the National Guard for that in our history. And then something that alludes to it in the hierarchy. when they had Joe Biden on the debate with President Trump, he kept talking about Ukraine and he kept talking about NATO and Article 5 of NATO. Ukraine's not a member of NATO. Why would he be talking about Ukraine and NATO and Article 5? Article 5, ladies and gentlemen, is where an attack on one is an attack on all. All right. Well, Ukraine's not a member of NATO. He also mentioned Belarus. They're not a member of NATO. So see, they're making all these people expose, who was tied in, who wasn't. But at the end of the day, also people forget that there are good people in every nation. People forget that, especially Americans. Americans are very, I don't know if it's closed-minded or just not educated on that, but so many people forget there's good people in Ukraine, there's good people in Venezuela. Everybody wants to be in vocal power, have a voice, and that's what we're doing is opening that. And all President Trump had to do in a simple was enforce the laws. And when you enforce the laws as prescribed to the full extent, then it exposes everything else. And as Lieutenant Colonel Lennox said, the ones who are crowing the loudest are the ones who are being exposed. And all President Trump is doing is just, you gave me this button and you kept it in law. So we're going to utilize this law.
Excellent. Thank you. Let's move into the global defense war aspect of this off of the Venezuela turf. Seems to me the night of the Venezuela operation that the enemies in darkness across the world, when they woke up the next morning, they were having more than a bad hair day. They've been basically put on notice. And so this very panel has often referred to President Trump as the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Global Defense Allied Forces. We'll take this at the top with Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi. Please elaborate on what that means. Commander-in-Chief of the Global, Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Global Defense Allied Forces. What is meant by that? I think we see that beginning to play out. And we'll be a little bit brief on this second segment of questioning because I got to take on 4 countries here. But let's start there, Ricardo, if you will, please. What is meant for the purpose of my understanding and our viewers? President Trump is the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Global Defense Allied Forces, and how that differs from a dictator. No audio, sir. You've muted your mic. You got to unmute your mic, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. That's a great question, John, and one everybody should understand. This is and it has been an in extremis situation for the world. It wasn't a matter of simply let's vote new people in, because as we now know, there has never been a free and fair election on the planet for the longest possible time. So this was and in that situation, what happened was, as we know, the military leaders of the US decided something had to be done. They couldn't. The proposal was that they should potentially conduct a military coup, throw out the crooks, and then hand the reins of power back to the people. But that was never going to work. It would create a wound that would never heal, and it wouldn't work anyway because the people wouldn't believe it, and they'd just re-elect the same people. So what happened was this plan was hatched, and then progressively over time, and this is one of the key responsibilities of leadership, is to build alliances. And so they met with and worked with personnel in every country around the world, bit by bit, trying to determine who, if anybody, in this country is clean, is capable, and ready and willing to do the job that has to be done. And so over a long period of time, they recruited individuals, military, civilian, politicians, lawyers, media, you name it, unions, academia, every group. They recruited people they needed to recruit that might do the job. Now, they were few and far between. The militaries were okay because below the leadership level of the militaries, most of the lads and the ladies were straight shooters. They just wanted to do the right thing. So they could recruit military people within the organization. And let's just talk military, push the others off to one side. And so over many years, they vetted, they checked everything. on individuals to see who was trustworthy and who could do the job, because they were keen to have the people of their own nation clean up their nation as far as possible, if that makes sense, in conjunction with other allies. And so this alliance was established, this military alliance involving the militaries of just about every country on the planet. And the plan was developed, and they needed a leader lawfully elected, constitutionally elected, to lead this alliance, because otherwise it's just a military coup d'etat. And so constitutional legitimacy had to be established. Now, this explains why it took so much time for the corporation issue to roll itself out. Because if the planet was a collection of sovereign nations, then it would be fair to say, well, this is just a dictatorship. What right does Donald J. Trump have to step into my country, send his people into my country, and do something about it? Well, the White Hats don't miss a trick. The corporations were corporations, and corporations can be bankrupted, corporations can be taken over, and legitimate control, according to the cabal set of rules, was acquired. And so it's not like DJT and this military has stepped on the toes of sovereign nations. DJT and his troops, this global alliance, have been playing the cabal with their own rules, taken over their organizations and established themselves, just as the cabal established themselves over the original legitimate United States. When it became the corporation, corporations were taken over. The corporations were taken over like any corporation can be taken over. And then legitimate control, according to a set of rules, not necessarily a moral set of rules, but a set of rules, could be played. And then when they had the plan in place, they had the troops and the allies in place and a legitimate commander in place, the plan could be executed. And that's the short version about what this alliance is and why it's legitimate, and why Donald J. Trump is actually, simply said, the most powerful man on the planet ever.
What brilliant analysis. Thank you, sir. In the interest of time, and what do we have, about 200 countries on this planet, big job ahead of us. The interest of our time, I'm going to just pluck a few countries out and just have you briefly comment on what you may see happening or now or about to happen. Let's start, and again, we'll be brief. We'll take this around the panel. Cuba, Canada, Iran, Europe, and Greenland. I see a lot of things going on here. Can you just take one at a time and provide any commentary you can, Lieutenant Colonel Bosey, on Cuba, Canada, Iran, Europe, and Greenland? What's happening? What's about to happen?
Yeah, sure. Cuba is closely aligned with Venezuela, closely aligned with the cabal. It was a means by which Castro was no great leader. We know that. He was just a puppet like everybody else, but they needed geographic locations for events to be taking place. Cuba will see the leadership dissolved, and again, an opportunity for free and fair elections for the Cuban people. Again, this plan is being rolled out. Canada next, you'll be rolled up real quick. Sorry, to my Canuck friends. You'll be rolled up quick, smart, because you are as great a threat to, well, maybe not as great, but as a great threat to the stability of the United States, just like Venezuela was. The line that the drugs and the corruption comes from the northern border almost as much as the southern border is true. So once again, you're going to be wrapped up as well. But again, probably wrapped up in the US potentially. Like it, lump it. You might get a chance to be to remain independent. I strongly don't think that'll occur. Let's jump to Iran. Iran was a genuine threat for many, many years. It's now been retaken, and it will lose its corrupted leadership. And once again, the people will have a chance to reestablish their own sovereignty there. So the funding to the terrorist global organizations will disappear, and stability will return to the Middle East. There'll still be existential conflicts between the Shia and the Sunni, but that's a local issue for them to sort out. And as we've said previously, and DJT has intimated, it's for the Muslims to sort out the Islamic world, not anybody else. So that now what became a global threat now is simply a localized threat, but there'll be massive pressure to make sure that that is resolved. And I think the last one was Greenland, John. Greenland, potentially again, certainly part of the Western Hemisphere, always DJT's intention. Whether it becomes part of the greater United States or not, I don't know. It would make a lot of sense from a strategic perspective to wrap it up as closely and as tightly as they can. They might, like Canada, they might have an independent government of some sort, but closely under the umbrella of the United States. So you've got this Western Hemisphere stitched up very, very tightly.
Thank you, sir. Europe, just a brief comment on Europe. The president recently has stated to Europe that you're losing your heritage. What are you doing? What's your take on Europe? Big piece here.
The EU will be taken down. Individual nations will once again be able to fly their national flags. The EU flag will be hopefully burnt, and they will have a chance then to start re-establishing themselves now. Once again, according to the National Security Strategy, if you read it, he has a plan for Europe in the sense that he wants Europe to become European again, which means, to my mind, the nation states will be free to export the imported unwanted immigrants from Africa and elsewhere back to their home countries. So they'll be now free because I can tell you, the Italians want the vous comprez. They call them vous comprez, which is sort of bad Italian. Do you want to buy? Do you want to buy? Because these people turn up and they sell stuff on the streets. Each nation wants these people out. They want to become Italian again. The French want to be France again. The Spanish want Spain to be Spanish again. They all want them gone. They want Europe to be European, and this is one of Trump's key pushes to make sure that occurs, because it's in nobody's interest to have an Islamic caliphate across Europe, and it is everyone's interest for them to then start to re-establish their national sovereignty, their national character, and begin to reform that vibrant culture of Europe that has been smashed over the last 20, 25 years.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. And, you know, I lived in South Florida many years ago. Calaoche, I can tell you our Cuban friends are going to be celebrating at some point in the near future like we've never seen before in Miami. Let's turn that once beautiful island back into a beautiful island. Let's reestablish trade. Let's bring the families back together, and let's turn that into a casino-driven, wonderful tourist destination and